Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagur here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, can you please give me a thumbs up? Let me know that I'm audible to you so that we can start with the discussion for the day. Done. Let's start. So, yesterday we started with agriculture sector. Remember that? Agriculture sector. In agriculture sector, what we have discussed yesterday, we started with concept of MSP, minimum support price. The concept of MSP, that is a minimum support price. What is the minimum support price? It is the price at which government will purchase or procure food grains irrespective of whatever the market price is. Irrespective of whatever the market price is. MSP is announced in the sowing season, right before the sowing season will actually commence, because government has to give the information to the farmer based on whatever price they want to cultivate the crop. After that, we have discussed certain very important features of MSP was introduced in 66 and 67, initially targeting wheat, but over a period of time, we have covered more than 20 crops. In fact, if you remember the number I said, Government of India's website says there are 23 crops, 23 crops under which the MSP is provided by the government, announced by the government. But having said so, I said, though Government of India announces MSP for 23 crops, it doesn't procure all the 23 crops. Simple. It doesn't procure all the 23 crops. Why? Government will procure only those crops which are required for distribution purposes. For example, we have National Food Security Act. Yesterday we have discussed the provisions of it. For example, we have National Food Security Act. Under National Food Security Act, government through public distribution system will distribute the food grains. For that purpose, plus buffer purpose, government will procure and store and distribute food grains. And whenever you talk about procuring and storing, etc., yesterday I told you there are two types of procurement. One is called as the centralized procurement, where the government of India through Food Corporation of India will procure either directly or indirectly. Either FCI itself will procure or it will ask the state governments to procure, then distribute the food grains to different states. Or there is a decentralized procurement. In decentralized procurement, the state governments will procure, store, and distribute food grains. That is basically the concept of decentralized procurement. And for having conducted these operations, government will provide certain commission to the Food Corporation of India. After that, MSP, it is recommended by CACP, Commission for Agriculture Cost and Prices. It is part of Ministry of Agriculture, and this recommendation is taken up by Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, and the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs will decide how much MSP should be paid to the farmers. As of now, I said there are three methods. Please remember three methods: A2, A2 plus FL, and C2. The Government of India, that is Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, announces MSP based on A2 plus FL. A2 plus FL, right? So A2 plus FL methodology, and right, A2 plus FL methodology is used, and 150% of A2 plus FL is provided. Okay, so that is basically certain very important provisions, or let's say points regarding MSP. Now, because I'm saying provisions, please understand, MSP is not a legal right. There is no legal law, or there is no law which has a provision that Government of India must provide MSP. That's a reason. If Government of India wants to provide MSP, they can provide it. If they want to withdraw MSP, they can always withdraw it. After that, we have discussed certain certain very important points regarding the concept of the food security, right? The idea of a food security, that is through food subsidy. In case of food subsidy, there is this concept of economic cost of food grains. What is economic cost of food grains? It is the total expenditure that the government will incur for procurement, that is purchasing of food grains and distribution of food grains. Now, whenever you talk about procurement, the procurement can be done for two purposes. One will be for purchasing and distribution, and second one will be for buffer stock. The idea of a buffer stock. Now, for procuring, right, basically for buffer stock, the reason that has been provided by the government is very simple. Government says, I will procure more than what is actually required and store these extra food grains, additional food grains. The reason government says is, in the coming days, maybe after 1 month, after 2 months, after 3 months, there could be a shortage of supply of these food grains, or there could be a higher demand for these food grains in the market. And in order to address this, we should have sufficient quantity of food grains in the buffer. Right. So these are some of the things. Then we have discussed NFSA, National Food Security Act. What are the provisions under NFSA? Two-thirds of total India's population will be covered. And when I say two-thirds of total India's population, it is not uniformly in urban and rural. The 75% of rural population will be covered, and 50% of urban population will be covered. And right, whatever population I'm referring to, this is 2011 population, 2011 population. And then there are two types of beneficiaries there. One is Antyodaya Anna Yojana, and second one is priority household. If you're a beneficiary under Antyodaya Anna Yojana, Government of India will provide 35 kgs per household. And if you're a beneficiary under priority household, then government will provide you 5 kgs per month per person. Right? Who is going to identify the beneficiaries? The state governments are supposed to identify and distribute the food grains to the beneficiaries under National Food Security Act. Then, related to National Food Security Act, we also have discussed certain very important reforms, such as one nation, one ration card. And second one that we've discussed was basically the concept of the ATM, food grain ATM. Done. So these are some of the things that we have discussed yesterday. Let's start. Let's start the discussion for today now. Now, before I go forward, because I use the term Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, today's Hindu newspaper, there are two very important schemes. Please read that. First one is in the headlines itself, the first page itself. That is basically the PM Electric Bus Seva, right? E-Bus Seva. PM E-Bus Seva. Very important article, very nice article, by the way. Lot of important points regarding PM E-Bus Seva have been provided. Please read that article. Second article that I would recommend to you people is there is one more scheme that has been approved by Cabinet Committee, Vishwakarma scheme. PM Vishwakarma scheme, right? Again, very important article for you, not just related to social issues. You can write this scheme, these kind of schemes under multiple areas. For example, PM E-Bus Seva. Don't read it from the perspective of only economics. You'll have to read it from the context of even ecology and environment. Vishwakarma scheme, not just related to, let's say, promotion of skilling in India, promotion of or protection of informal labor in India, even from the social issues perspective, that becomes very important. So all these are important article. Please read from today's Hindu newspaper. Now, before I go forward, certain very important points. There is something called as open market sale scheme. There is something called as open market sale scheme. Please do let me know. Have you come across this scheme in the last couple of weeks in the newspaper? OMSS. Open market sale scheme. And what is this open market sale scheme? Very simple idea. The government agencies will purchase and keep buffer stocks. All of you know this, right? The government agencies will purchase, for example, Food Corporation of India. So they will purchase and keep buffer stock. Now, whenever there is a lower supply or a higher demand in the market, then this buffer stock will be used by the Food Corporation of India to sell, to supply these crops in the market, to auction, to sell, or to supply these crops in the market. Very simple idea, right? This scheme is called as a open market sale scheme. Anybody has a problem? I'll repeat it again. What is open market sale scheme? Food Corporation of India, a government agency, has purchased and kept certain buffer stock. Now, whenever there's a lower supply, whenever there is a shortage in the market, the government agency, in order to ensure that shortage will not be very high, because if the shortage is there, market prices will automatically start increasing. So these government agencies will auction these food crops in the market in order to ensure that there is sufficient supply and market prices will start cooling down. Sir, some of you are asking any current affairs newspaper article related to this. My dear, if you have read the newspaper in the last couple of months, the Food Corporation of India has done this for rice itself. Right? For rice itself, they have been doing this. Food Corporation of India is very famous in terms of doing stabilization of market prices through open market sales scheme. Now, apart from this, there is also a term called as a buffer stock here. Yesterday, we have looked at the term buffer stock. Why do we need it, etc., etc. We have seen it. But what is a concern regarding a buffer stock? Please remember the concern as well. What is a concern regarding a buffer stock? Imagine you're a government agency. You will pay 50,000 crore rupees. You will purchase 50,000 crore rupee worth of food grains and maintain it as a buffer stock. Now, please tell me, if you're not going to distribute it for next 1 month, next 2 months, don't you think you're spending lot of money to procure food grains? Let me know. Are you not spending lot of money to simply purchase and keep food grains? There are objectives. Of course, yes, there are objectives. What is objective? Price stabilization is objective, right? You want to supply sufficient food grains. That is objective. Perfectly all right. But are there any concerns? Of course, yes. So you'll spend 50,000 crore rupees, right, just to keep food grains, not use them right now. Second one is when you pay 50,000 crore rupee and purchase food grains, and start storing them, will you incur storage and warehousing cost as well? Think of it. Are you not incurring storage and warehousing expenditure as well? So the concern is when you have these buffer stocks, expenditures related to procurement as well as storage are a burden for the government. That is the precise reason yesterday we discussed the concept of food subsidy, buffer stock, etc. etc. Please go through that. So there are certain concerns. Even many of the experts criticize that the amount of food grains that we are storing under buffer stock, it is unnecessarily very high. Very high. That very high quantity of buffer stocks are actually stored by the government. That is basically the argument of having our concern regarding having the buffer stock. Okay. Now, apart from this, even in case of food security, even in case of National Food Security Act, are there any concerns? Please tell me. We are covering as per the population of 2011. We are covering as per the population of 2011. Is it a concern or not? Think of it. I'm talking about concerns regarding Food Security Act. We are covering two-thirds of total 2011 population. That comes out to be around 81 crore people, which means today we are having 130 crore plus population, but we are still targeting 2011 population. So that is a concern. The coverage has to be changed. The coverage has to be changed. So that is first one. Second one, because we are doing all of this, because we are purchasing, we are storing, we are, right, distributing, we have buffer stock, etc. Already the concern is that our revenue deficit is higher. Now, please tell me, because you're providing food grains for 81 crore people, what do you think will happen to revenue deficit? Food subsidy bill will be higher, revenue deficit would be much higher, and don't you think that will contribute to fiscal deficit? Right? Don't you think that will contribute to fiscal deficit? Of course, yes, that will contribute to fiscal deficit. Already, fiscal deficit of India is very high. We are borrowing huge amount of money annually, right? So first one is the coverage issue. Second one is basically the deficit, the fiscal burden on government of India. And that is the reason, please remember this. One way the government is trying to reduce the fiscal burden now, one way is that earlier there were two schemes. If you remember, yesterday I told you, earlier there were two schemes. One is NFSA, second one is second one is basically under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. What government of India has done is it has merged Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana under NFSA itself, right? And that is the precise reason. That is the precise reason. This year compared to last year, I repeat, this year compared to last year, government of India says food subsidy burden would be much lower because remember the point here, under Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, PMGKAY, under Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, free food grains were issued. Free food grains were issued free of a cost. Whereas under NFSA, National Food Security Act, I told you yesterday, rice was issued at 3 rupees per kg, wheat was issued at 2 rupees per kg, and coarse grains was issued at 1 rupees per kg. Now we are not doing it. We are not doing it. We are simply merging this Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana into NFSA, And these food grains are now issued at free of a cost, which government says because I've reduced the entitlement now. Entitle means how much food grains I'm giving. Because I've reduced the entitlement, the overall subsidy burden on me will actually be lower, right? And because the population coverage is 2011, now there is also concern that some of the population which has moved out of poverty is still being covered under NFSA. Which are the population which is still under poverty or might have fallen into poverty, that population is not being covered under NFSA. So there are a lot of issues regarding even the implementation of National Food Security Act. Please be very, very careful. Remember all these terms. Now let me go forward. Agriculture credit. Concept of agriculture credit. Now in the context of agriculture credit, you will generally divide agriculture credit into two types. One is the formal credit and the second one is informal credit. One is the formal credit, second one is informal. Now informal or informal, formal is also referred to as institutional. Institutional credit and non-institutional credit. Now, what is this idea of institutional, informal, etc.? The farmer can take a loan, let's say, from a bank. The same farmer can also take a loan from a money lender. All of you okay with this? The farmer can take a loan from a bank, for example, a cooperative bank, from regional rural bank, right? Let's say a public sector bank, private sector bank, small finance bank. So whenever the farmers will take a loan from a bank, this is called as institutional credit. Institutional credit or formal credit. Whereas whenever the farmer will take a loan from the money lender, this is again money lender, friends and family, friends and family, etc. This is basically referred to as informal credit. Now, what is the problem with informal credit? The problem with informal credit is whenever you take a loan from informal sources, right? Basically, the rate of interest is very high. Rate of interest is very, very high. So, how high? As per RBI survey, as per RBI report, whenever in case of rural India, they will take a loan from informal sources, rate of interest ranges between 24% to 36%. Yes, okay, I'll repeat it. Whenever in case of rural, they take a loan from informal sources, the rate of interest ranges between 24% to 36%. That's very, very high rate of interest, right? And when you take a loan at a very high rate of interest and you don't repay it, again you will take one more loan. To repay the second loan, you will take a third loan. To repay the third loan, you will keep on taking one more loan. Can I say there is a danger that because of a high rate of interest or higher interest burden, the farmers can fall into a debt trap? Let me know. Can I say because the farmers are taking a loan at a very high rate of interest, imagine they will cultivate something and the market price are very low, they are unable to sell it at a higher price and make earning, and right, basically they will not be able to repay the loan. So now they will take a second loan. Again they are affected by this, then they will take a third loan. So they will keep on taking loans after loans without having capability to repay the loans, and that will basically lead to what? A debt trap. Debt trap means a situation wherein farmers do not have sufficient amount of money to repay the loans, but they'll keep on taking loans. This is called as a debt trap, and that is one of the reason this is one of the reasons why there are a lot of farmer suicides that keep on happening in case of India. Although we do not have official statistics after 2018, but definitely yes, this is one of the reason, I'm not saying the only reason, one of the reasons why there is a large number of farmer suicides that will keep on happening in India. Now question is, sir, if there are institutions, then why are the farmers taking the loan from money lenders? Right? Why are they taking the loans from money lenders? Simple idea. Please tell me, a farmer will apply for a loan from a bank. Do you think farmer will get the loan immediately? Think of it. right? The farmer will apply for a loan. Do you think the farmer will get the loan immediately? No, certain time period is taken by the bank. Point number two, do you think all the villages in India have banking branches? Right? That is also not there. So the farmer has to travel certain distance even in order to get access to institutional credit. Third one is they will go to the bank. The bank might simply hand over certain documents to be filled by the farmer. Now the farmer says, I don't know how to fill up all of these documents. And after that, even if they fill these documents, provide all these documents, proof, etc., what is the guarantee that the farmer will have collateral? I'll repeat the statement. What is the guarantee that the farmer will have collateral? There is no guarantee that the farmer will have collateral. So, because of all of these reasons, now there is a concern that the farmer might not be able to take a loan. And in this instance, the farmer will simply go to a money lender and borrow from the money lender. Borrow from money lender, right? So basically this is the reason why lot of rural credit, even today, I repeat, this is why lot of rural credit even today will come from informal sources. And the problem with informal sources is there is no regulator for this. RBI doesn't regulate informal sources. Do you think RBI will regulate money lender? Do you think RBI will regulate friends and family who will provide loan to you? No, all of these are not regulated by Reserve Bank of India. And that is the reason why lot of loans are taken from the money lender. They will fall into debt trap. They are under lot of distress. But on the other side, if you take a loan from a bank, right? When you take a loan from institution, don't you think institution will provide certain benefit to you in the form of, let's say, lower rate of interest? Right? Yes or no? In case of a loan, when you take from an institution, don't you think comparatively, the banks will charge a lower rate of interest? That is generally the rate of interest charged by the banks generally is in the range of 7% or 9%. In fact, I tell you, there is also a concept of interest provision by the central government, right? I'll give you that. Don't worry. Now, based on the formal types, again these are divided based on the term. Right? One is a formal type. A second one is based on the term. Right? Basically, these are divided into three types. One is called as a short term. Second one is a medium term. Third one is a long term. Right? One is a short term, second one is a medium term, third one is a long term. Now, what do you mean by short term? Generally, whenever the farmer will take a loan for a duration up to 12 to 15 months, right, this is called as a short term loan. For what purposes the farmers will take short term loans? They will take short term loans so as to ensure that they will have money for purchasing seeds, they will have money for purchasing fertilizers, they will have money for right purchasing cattle feed, etc., only for working capital requirement for day to day purposes. Second one is a medium term facility, medium term loans, right? 15 months to 5 years, right? Anything more than 12 to 15 months to 5 years, so this is called as a medium term loan. For what purpose the farmer will take medium term loan? For digging of the wells, for purchasing equipments, farm animals, etc. For these purposes the farmers will take medium term loans. Third one is long term loans, right? Third one is the long term loans. Whenever the loans are given for a duration of more than 5 years, it is called as a long term loan. For what purpose the farmer will take a long term loan? Imagine the farmer wants to purchase a tractor. Imagine the farmer wants to purchase another piece of land. For all of these purposes, infrastructure, etc., they will take long term loans. So basically, the formal loans are divided into three ways. That is short term, medium, and long term. And please remember this: all these are generally applicable for formal loans. In case of informal loans, for example, when a money lender will give you, right? Generally, these are not divided into long term, short term, etc., because these are not regulated. Money lender will simply give you, right? Let's say X rupees, and money lender will say you will have to pay this right after 2 years or 3 years, but at a very exorbitant rate of interest. Monthly rate of interest could be 8%, monthly rate of interest could be 6%, in certain cases it is even 10%. Very, very exorbitant rate of interest, very high rate of interest. Okay, so these are the classification of loans which are issued by institutions to the farmers. Now, we know that, right, there are issues. We know there is a need to promote access to formal credit, etc. So what reforms have been implemented? What kind of reforms have been implemented by the government in order to ensure that they will get institutional loans? For example, we have PSL. Please tell me, do you remember PSL? Let me know. Do you remember PSL, priority sector lending? And if you ask me, sir, where have you discussed a PSL? My dear, we have discussed a priority sector lending under Reserve Bank of India, RBI, Reserve Bank of India. Under Reserve Bank of India, there's a tool called as rationing of credit. Under rationing of credit, we say that certain percentage of the loans issued by the banks, certain percentage, that has to be given to following sectors. For example, we have agriculture, we have micro, small and medium enterprises, we have educational loans, export loans, etc. etc. So there are 8 categories which are covered under PSL, and all the categories put together, 40% in case of scheduled commercial bank, 75% in case of urban cooperative bank, regional rural bank, right, as well as small finance bank, they will have to meet 75% PSL criteria, right, for ensuring loans will go to following sectors. Second, government as well as RBI are also promoting different types of banking units. For example, we have regional rural banks. Please revise and now tell me if you have revised. Regional rural banks, the target for them is cities or villages? Let me know. The target for them is cities or villages. Don't you remember that? It was targeted at villages, rural part of India. And that's the reason one of the condition when we started RRBs, one of the condition was that you are supposed to work in 1 or 2 districts, target artisans, target, right, agriculture sector, target small industries in a rural part of India, etc. So regional rural banks as well as small finance banks, cooperative banks, etc. are being promoted by Government of India as well as RBI. Third one is a Kisan credit card. I'll go to Kisan credit card now. But before that, anybody has a doubt? Anybody has a doubt? Before I start Kisan credit card, does anybody have any kind of a doubt regarding what I've discussed so far? There was one question which said, sir, which villages do not have banking branches in India? My dear, there are thousands of villages. There are thousands of villages. Sometimes I feel you people do not have any touch with rural part of India. Absolutely no touch, right? In no contact with rural part of India. For example, my village doesn't have any banking branch. I know for a fact. I'm pretty sure many of your villages, right? You also have seen there are no banking branches. So no need to remember the names of the villages. Thousands of villages are there in India. In fact, if you have read the newspaper cutting that I've given earlier, there was one article, right, which said that many of the districts do not have sufficient number of the banking branches in these villages as well as districts. Okay, done. PSL sector, priority sector lending, certain percentage of the total credit issued should go to following sectors. Example, MSME, agriculture, education, export, weaker sections of the society, startups, affordable housing, etc. Okay. Bank Sati is also reform. Yes, Bank Sati is also reform. Right. Informal loans are those loans which are given. Informal loans are those loans which are given, right, not through banking sector. Any loan that is given through non-banking sector is called as an informal loan. Okay. What is a debt trap? Debt trap basically is a situation wherein the borrower will continuously keep on borrowing without having sufficient amount of capacity for repayment. Now let me go to the next one. Kisan credit card. KCC, Kisan credit card. Now, Kisan credit card was introduced back in 1998-99, and the idea was basically to ensure the farmers, the self-help groups, the tenant farmers, etc., all these people who are involved in the agriculture sector will get easy access to institutional credit. Easy access to institutional credit. That is the objective of Kisan Credit Card, KCC. For example, a farmer with 5 hectares of land will get access to Kisan Credit Card. A farmer, right, who doesn't have any land, who is cultivating on somebody else's land, that is a tenant farmer, will also get Kisan Credit Card. A farmer who is a part of self-help group, they will also get a Kisan Credit Card. So argument was very simple. The farmers who are engaged in cultivation, right? Farmers who are engaged in cultivation, animal husbandry, fisheries, etc., all of them will be covered under the concept of Kisan Credit Card scheme. Under this, right, what is the objective of a Kisan Credit Card scheme? Different values of loans. Again, please understand, I have written a very general term here. The loans are provided under Kisan Credit Card for eligible beneficiaries. Please understand, many of you are asking me, sir, how much a loan is provided? There is no uniformity. I hope you understand there is no uniformity and there should not be uniformity. I cannot simply say how much a farmer will get because there are so many factors that will determine the kind of loan the farmer will get. For example, what if a farmer doesn't have land? He's a tenant farmer. Farmer has a land without irrigation. Farmer has a land with irrigation but can cultivate only one crop. Farmer has a land with irrigation but can cultivate two crops. So don't you think for all these farmers, I repeat, for all these farmers, the amount of loans or credit facility should be different? Of course, yes. The credit facilities provided should be different from all, for all of these farmers. So that is the reason different type of value of credit is provided under PM Kisan scheme. Sorry, under Kisan Credit Scheme. So you don't worry about it. Understand the logic behind it. Government wanted to ensure that farmer will have sufficient money to purchase seeds, that is working capital purposes. The farmer will have sufficient money to take care of consumption requirement. Farmer will have sufficient money, right, to get a loan on the produce that is supposed to be marketed in the agriculture market. The farmer will have sufficient money to take care of equipments that the farmer has, which the farmer will use for cultivation purposes. So for all of this, government has introduced the concept of Kisan Credit Card. Take care of post-harvest expenses, that is, for example, warehousing, consumption requirement of a farming household, working capital for the assets in the farm, investment requirement, as well as marketing expenses. That is, let's say you will take your crop to the mandi, right? We'll discuss that today. You will take a crop to the mandi for selling purposes. That is marketing expenses. You will get a certificate, right, for the quality of the food grain that you have. That is a marketing expenses. So for all of these purposes, different types of loans are provided under the Kisan Credit Card scheme. Now, the loans provided under KCC are eligible for interest subvention scheme. The loans provided are eligible for interest subvention. What do you mean by interest subvention? Let me explain it. Imagine here is the farmer. Imagine here is a farmer. Farmer will take a loan from a bank, and the bank, let's say, will charge 7% rate of interest. Now, Government of India says even this 7% rate of interest is very high. It's a burden for the farmer. So, government will pay part of the interest. Government will pay part of the interest to the bank, let's say 3% rate of interest. That 3% rate of interest will be paid by Government of India to the bank. Now, if a bank will receive 3% rate of interest from the government, automatically the rate of interest charged and collected, effective rate of interest on the farmer will come down to 4%. All of you okay with this? This is called as interest subvention scheme. Let me know, all of you okay with this? Interest subvention. Part of the interest is paid by the government on behalf of the farmer. Right? This is basically how Government of India ensure that the rate of interest is much lower applicable to the farmers. This is a concept of interest subvention scheme. The Kisan Credit Card facility is available at all Indian banks, regional rural banks, as well as cooperative banks. Right? This facility is available at all of these institutions. Then can we go forward? Anybody has an issue regarding what I've discussed? It is similar to interest equalization. In interest equalization, it is provided for exporters, right? And some of the MSMEs, etc. It is only provided for farmers here. That's a basic idea. Similar, part of the interest burden will fall on the government of India. Similar, but who are the beneficiaries, who are they targeting, etc. will vary. Can I go forward? Anybody has an issue with the Kisan credit card scheme? Let me know. Next, concept of warehousing. The idea of a warehousing. Warehousing means what? Storage. Simple. Warehousing is nothing but storage. Now, before I go forward, please do let me know, in the last 2 days or 3 days, have you come across Kisan credit card in any article which has come in Hindu? Let me see. It has come, by the way. It has come, by the way. Please do let me know. Has anybody come across? And please tell me what is the context. And now you'll have to understand whether you're reading Hindu or not. First point. Second, if you're reading Hindu, whether you're reading correctly or not. Right? Think of it, in what context Kisan credit card appeared in Hindu newspaper. None of you are answering. Great. You say, yes, sir, it has come, but you don't remember in what context it has come. And all the newspapers it has come. Don't ask me, sir, right? Has it come in this newspaper? Has it come in that newspaper? In all the newspapers, it was there. I'll tell you why. I believe 2 days ago, Reserve Bank of India has proposed a pilot project. Check it. If I'm wrong, please check it. It was there in Hindu, Indian Express, Business Standard, every newspaper. 2 days ago, the article was, the Reserve Bank of India is trying to launch a new pilot project wherein it says we will we'll basically create a system wherein this system will collect information regarding borrowers from all the right institutions in the market. I repeat, they call it as a frictionless credit. If I'm wrong, check it now. Now you will understand what is the importance of newspaper articles. Frictionless credit. They're about to launch a pilot based on frictionless credit, right? So under the frictionless credit system, they are pulling in all the information from different institutions or different stakeholders into a single point. And now this information will be used by the banks to provide loans, right? To provide institutional credit to farmers, to different borrowers, etc. Yes or no? At least now, those who have Hindu newspapers in your hand, or let's say those who are searching in Google, did you get the argument, or did you get this article of frictionless credit proposal by Reserve Bank of India? If you ask me, sir, what is the argument all about? Let's say I'm a farmer. I'm a farmer. I will have land records, but the land records, right, are there with the state government or central government? Right? I will also have certain records which are there with somebody else, some other institutions. So RBI simply says, why don't I pull in all these resources of information? Whatever information is available, I will pull in the resources now. A bank will search, right? For example, whether I have a land or not. So the system says, okay, this person has a land. The system also says, right, I'm cultivating so and so, right, I'm selling so much amount of right crops in the market, because now they are saying even the mandi receipts we are going to pull in. Mandi receipt means the receipt which shows how much food grains I sold last year. So even the mandi receipts are right pulled in, etc. So can we now say that bank will get access to all the points of information and take a decision, should they give a loan to me or not? I hope you understand. Don't you think credit appraisal system will be done much more easier now? That is the argument. Okay, so please read. And in that context, they talked about Kisan credit card. In that context itself, they talked about Kisan credit card. Please read very carefully. You people are not reading. This is my consensus. This is generally my argument. You people do not read sufficient current affairs. Right? You will have to do that. You will have to do that. That's your duty. Please read. Now come to the next one. Warehousing or storage. Warehousing or storage. Now what is this idea of a warehousing or storage? The warehousing or storage capacity is developed either by the government or by the private sector. Point number one, it is developed either by the government or private sector. For example, central government has a Food Corporation of India. Central government has Central Warehousing Corporation. State governments have State Warehousing Corporation. And private sector, for example, have you heard of company ITC? Let me know. Have you heard of company ITC? Right, a company Future Retailing. All these companies are involved in procurement and warehousing of food grains. Right, so government, that is the central government as well as the state government, even the private sector is involved in providing a warehousing capacity or storage capacity in India. Now, what is the need for warehousing? Why should we have a warehousing capacity? Reason is simple. One, we want to ensure that whatever is cultivated immediately will not be taken to the market. Some of it will be stored and will be supplied to the market over a period of time. Because what will happen, please think of it, if all the farmers who cultivate rice today will take all the rice to the market and sell today itself, that is in a span of let's say 2 or 3 days or 5 days or a week, don't you think supply of rice after 1 month will fall down? Supply of rice after 1.5 months will fall down. And you cannot cultivate rice within 1 week. Right? Think of that as well, right? So what will happen after a certain time period, there will be a huge shortage. So what we do is we will promote idea of a warehousing storage capacity. So point one is price stabilization has to be done. Supply should be stable, uniform throughout the year. Third one, the main reason why government goes for storage is again same, to ensure prices and stability of supply, but more importantly for distribution purposes. More importantly for distribution purposes. For example, under NFSA, imagine I'm a beneficiary and every month I have to receive 5 kgs from the government. Every month I have to receive 5 kgs. So government will have to purchase store food grains and monthly they will have to supply me 5 kgs of food grains. Right. So for distribution purpose also this plays a very important role. And next one, for processing of foods, let me know, for processing of foods. Sir, what do you mean by food processing or processed foods? Right? Remember the definition here. Processing basically means converting from one form to another form, which will increase the value and also increase the shelf life. I'll repeat the statement here. Right? Please do let me know. I'll repeat it again. Processing means converting one form to another form, as a result of which the price will increase, the value will increase, and the shelf life will also increase. So, what do you mean by this? Right? If imagine you have a mango. Imagine you have a mango. Mango will be converted into juice. So please tell me, by converting from mango to juice, did I increase the value of the product? Of course, yes. Did I increase the value? Yes. And did I increase the shelf life? Did I increase the shelf life of the product? Of course, yes. Some of you are saying, sir, you have discussed this under inflation. Absolutely right. Right. One of the reason you can control, or one of the ways through which you can control inflation, is by promoting food processing. So have a look at this. If you want to promote food processing, do you require warehousing facility? Of course, yes, you require warehousing facility. And whenever you talk about warehousing, if I have a scientific warehousing, right? If you go for a scientific warehousing, what do you mean by scientific warehousing? You will control temperature. You will control the temperature. You will basically protect it from rodent attacks. From rodent attacks, you will control, and you will also keep them under right moisture content. So moisture content, rodent attack will be prohibited, temperature will be maintained. This is called as a scientific warehousing. And whenever you go for scientific warehousing, the wastages of the food grain will also come down. So these are some of the reasons why government usually promotes the idea of a warehousing, promotes the idea of or concept of warehousing. Now, what is the criticism? What are the issues regarding warehousing in India? Point number one, we do not have sufficient warehousing capacity. Please remember this. right? We do not have sufficient warehousing capacity in India. That's a fact. Please remember this. And that is also one of the reason why whatever we produce, some of it will be wasted, right? I hope you understand this. For example, have a look at this data. Do not buy hard this. Please do not buy hard this. Have a look at this data, right? So storage capacity, how much storage capacity we have with the central and state agencies? Around 40%, around 40%, around 40% of, right, the production that is done in India. So argument is simple. We do not have sufficient warehousing capacity. That's a fact. And when you don't have sufficient warehousing capacity, some of what you have produced, you will end up wasting them because you cannot store them. You cannot store them, you will end up wasting. For example, some of you will ask me, sir, how is that possible? Remember this. Food Corporation of India, because it doesn't have sufficient storage capacity, they will basically rent out private sector warehouses. I'll repeat the statement. I'll repeat the statement. Food Corporation of India, because they don't have sufficient warehousing capacity, they will take on rent private warehouses, which means automatically for warehousing, interest charges or let's say rental charges are also going to be get added. Second one, right? Understand this. Some of it, very very small part of it, some of it, Food Corporation of India will simply store it in open air. I'll repeat the statement, right? Some of it, not a very large part, right? Historically it was very high. Today it is just a fraction, right? A small part of the food grains that is purchased by Food Corporation of India, they will store it in open air, right? Just in the open air. And because they store it in open air, whenever there's a rainfall, there could be a loss of the food grain. There could be, right, a rodent attack on the food grain. Whenever there is, right, let's say very right different weather, that is it's a very chilly weather, etc., moisture content will change and that can lead to fungus growth even in the food grains. So there could be a loss of food grains because we do not have sufficient warehousing capacity. Next one, storage by Food Corporation of India mainly targets the cereals in the market. For example, because the Food Corporation of India requires a lot of rice and wheat for distribution purposes, we target rice and wheat procurement. Sir, apart from rice and wheat, do we procure anything and store? Of course, yes. Now we have started procuring and storing even pulses. Yes or no? Have you come across this in the newspapers? The government of India has started promotion of storage through government agencies of pulses. We are also storing coarse grains. But even today, because the requirement is like that, most of the storage is in the form of rice and wheat. What about other commodities such as oil seeds? Right, the government doesn't give a priority for oil seeds. But why have written oil seeds? Please tell me, edible oil. Don't you think India is a net importer, a huge importer of edible oils? Yes or no? Right? Don't you think India is a huge importer of vegetable edible oils? And in last 1.5 years or 2 years, please tell me what has happened to the edible oil prices. Edible oil prices in many of the cases has a doubled up. Has a doubled. Why? We are import dependent. We are import dependent. So what is the argument here? Why don't we promote production of oil seeds, which government of India is doing? Which government of India is doing? Promote oilseed production, right? And start storing more and more oil seeds so that whenever there is a lower supply, oil seeds can be supplied, processing can be done, and vegetable oils can be supplied, a stabilization of the prices and supply. Third one, location disadvantages. If a farmer has cultivated a crop, they want to take it to a warehouse. What if the warehouse is 10 kilometers away? What if the warehouse is 15 kilometers away? That is also concern for a farmer. Lack of knowledge amongst the farmer. And finally, right, lack of credit accessibility on the produce stored. Lack of credit accessibility on the produce stored. Now have a look at this. Imagine I'm a farmer. I've cultivated rice. Okay, paddy. I've cultivated rice. Now the concern is, if I take all this paddy, go to the market and sell, don't you think because of a higher supply right now, market prices will be low? So I will not be earning sufficient amount of money. On the other side, if I store these food grains, I don't have money to take care of my consumption requirement. I don't have money to pay for my children's school fees. I don't have money to pay for, let's say, other food grains. I don't have money to purchase fertilizers, seeds, etc. So this is a dilemma. If I take the crop, supply is very high, prices are very low. If I don't sell it, I don't have money. So there is a dilemma for the farmer. How do you address it? What is the solution for this? Please understand this. I will take the food grains to a warehouse. I will take the food grains to a warehouse, and warehouse will receive these food grains and issue a receipt to me. Issue a receipt to me. All of you understand the receipt or not? For example, if you go to any shopping complex, if you go to any superstores, etc., will they ask you to keep your baggage outside? And when you keep your bags outside, will they give you a token or not? Coupon or not? Apply the same logic here. So the farmer will keep the food grains with the warehouse for warehousing purposes, and the warehouse will issue a receipt to the farmer. I will call this as a warehouse receipt. I will call this as a warehouse receipt. Now, I will take this warehouse receipt to a bank and take a short-term loan from the bank. I will go to a bank, show them the warehouse receipt, and I will take a loan from the bank. And let's say after 2 months, after 3 months, when the prices will get stabilized, I can take out this rice, sell it in the market, get the money, and pay back the loan. Correct? Or else, what I can do is, imagine you're a company which requires to purchase rice. I will simply transfer the receipt to you. You will make a payment to me. Now you will go to the warehouse, submit the receipt, and take the food grains. All of you are okay with this? This is called as negotiable warehouse receipt system. Please do let me know all of you are okay with this system. Negotiable warehouse receipt system, NWRS. Can we go forward? Can I say NWRS can be a solution for the farmers? Right? What solution? Farmer has a dilemma. That is, if I store, I don't have money. If I sell, I will get very less money. So can we address this problem by implementing negotiable warehouse receipt system? Negotiable warehouse receipt system? Of course, yes. Of course, yes. This is a solution to that. Okay. Anybody has a problem? Can I go forward here? So first, right, please understand this. There's a lack of credit accessibility to the produce that is stored. To address this, we have introduced the concept of negotiable warehouse receipt system. But the point is very simple. Look at the point number 4 here. Many of you will keep on asking me, sir, if government is doing all of this, why is the farmer not earning sufficient amount of income in India? Why is the farmer still suffering? Please tell me. Please tell me, do you think farmers will have the knowledge regarding all of this? Please think of it. Do you think farmers will have the knowledge regarding all of this? Right? No, generally no. Very few of the farmers who are, right, let's say, oriented towards digital literacy, right, who know what government of India is doing, who keep a track of schemes, etc., they will have all of this information. Lot of farmers in India do not know about it. For example, right, couple of days ago I have mentioned, right, yesterday also I have mentioned nano urea. Correct? Nano urea. So how many of the farmers do you think in India are aware about nano urea? Right? So I hope you understand there is a lack of awareness from the farmer side, which many of the times becomes an impediment in the effective implementation of the schemes of government of India. Okay, now there is a committee recommendation. There's a committee recommendation, Shanta Kumar Committee. Shanta Kumar Committee. Right, very famous. The committee is regarding Food Corporation of India. Warehousing Food Corporation of India. Now, what are the recommendations? Let's go one by one, understand them very carefully. Point number one, Food Corporation of India must transfer procurement operations to the states which have made considerable expenditure in their own infrastructure. Meaning what? Imagine a state government has spent money, developed infrastructure using which they can procure, they can store, as well as distribute. Now, if a state government already has sufficient infrastructure, if a Food Corporation of India also does the same thing, don't you think that is a duplication of the efforts? Let me know, right? If the state government already spent a lot of money, they have their own infrastructure using which they can do all of it. If a Food Corporation of India also does the same thing, then that is duplication. Why two agencies are doing it? So FCI should transfer procurement operation to the states which already have considerable infrastructure. Point number two, there must be rationality and uniformity in procurement operations. So what do you mean by this? Let me give you a current affairs connection. Have you heard of parboiled rice? This was there in the newspaper, right, couple of months ago. There was a friction between the central government and the state government of Telangana. Parboiled rice. Regarding parboiled rice. What is this parboiled rice? Parboiled rice basically means, please understand, the rice grains. That is, with the husk paddy, you cannot directly mill it. Mill it means you cannot remove the paddy, the husk of the rice grain like this. If you try to do that, then basically the rice grains will break. That is the precise reason. That is the precise reason. What we do is we will partly boil the husk. Is the logic okay? We'll partly. That is the reason this is called as a parboiled rice. We will partly boil the rice, then right remove the husk. Then we actually mill the food grains. That is the reason this is called as a parboiled rice. And large part of India, in many of the states, we actually cultivate parboiled rice. Now, understand the argument here. Central government said, we already have sufficient parboiled rice stocks, so we will not procure parboiled rice in the next 1 year. I hope you understand this. I'll repeat the statement. Center said, we already have sufficient stocks of this quality of rice. We will not procure it in the next 1 year. Now, what happened? The state government right, did not communicate it properly to the farmers, or farmers did not listen to the state government, cultivated this parboiled rice. Now center said, right, we already have sufficient stock, so we will not purchase it under the concept of right the procurement. Under this idea of NFSA, we don't require it, we will not procure it. Because please understand this, there is a procurement policy which is followed by the center, which is called as open-ended procurement policy. Remember all these terms. There is a procurement policy followed by the government which is called as open-ended procurement policy. What do you mean by open-ended procurement policy? Government of India says, if you are a farmer who has cultivated a crop which I require, and MSP is announced on it, you can simply take the crop to Food Corporation of India. I will purchase it. I'll repeat the statement here. Listen to me very carefully. What is open-ended procurement policy? Government says, if you have cultivated a crop which I require, that is very important, which I require, then you can take the crop to the Food Corporation of India. They will purchase this food crop. But question is, does government require that crop? That is very important. So that is the reason Government of India said, parboiled rice, I don't require it. I don't require it. But the Telangana government said, no, no, you will have to purchase it under MSP. You will have to pay MSP to the farmers. So purchase it. So there was a friction between the central government as well as the state government regarding parboiled rice. What was the end of the story? Center did not procure it. State government instead ended up procuring the parboiled rice. So I hope you understand the argument. There must be rationality and uniformity in the procurement operations whenever it is done by Food Corporation of India. Center should not accept additional or surplus food grains from the states announcing bonus or MSP. Listen to this example very carefully. Imagine there are two states A and B. Central government has announced MSP of 1000 rupees for a crop. 1000 rupees for a crop, which means the farmer, whether the farmer is from A or B, doesn't matter, they will get the same MSP. But what if the state government announces bonus? What if the state government announces bonus of 500 rupees, right, in state A and 0 rupees in the state B? Now, please tell me, think of it and please tell me. Imagine this is for rice. Imagine this is for rice. Please tell me the rice cultivation will be more in state A or B. Let me know. Right? Will the rice cultivation be more in state A or state B? Don't you think it will be very high in state B? State A. Can state A become a surplus state now? Yes or no? Can state A end up becoming a surplus state? Of course, yes. And if it is a surplus state, two things will happen. Point number one, will Food Corporation of India procure only how much they require or more than what they require? Let me know. We have discussed all of this. Will the FCI procure how much they require or more than what is required? They will end up procuring more than what is required. Point number one. And point number two, if they end up procuring more and more, what will happen to supply to the market? Right? What could happen to the supply to the open market? Right? In case of open market, my dear, please understand, open market. If you sell more to the Food Corporation of India, what will happen to the open market supply? Some of you are confused here. Please think of it. Farmers will get 1500. They will sell more to FCI. If they sell more to FCI in the open market, don't you think supply will come down? Anybody has a problem with this? I'll repeat it again. If the farmers will sell more and more crop to FCI, yes, no doubt production is higher in case of state A. But because you are earning more money, right, don't you think you will sell more and more to FCI, Food Corporation of India? And when you sell more to FCI, supply to the open market, right, other buyers in the market will come down. And when supply will come down, the traders, that is the middleman, will purchase the price, will pay the price which is higher. And if they pay a higher price, what will happen to inflation? All of this we have discussed yesterday as well. Right? What will happen to the impact on traders? Right? Traders will pay more money. What will happen to food inflation? Food inflation will also be higher. Right? So I hope you understand why center should not accept surplus food grains from the states announcing bonus or MSP. All of this is happening in the state A because the state A is announcing bonus. Is the logic okay? All of this is happening in a state A because state A is announcing bonus. And because a bonus is given, cultivation is more, selling to FCA is more, in the open market supply would be lesser. This could cause inflation. So do not procure more food grains from state E. Next one, encourage negotiable warehouse receipt system. All of you okay with this? Encourage negotiable warehouse receipt system. Right? Why? It will provide access to institutional credit for a short duration for the farmer. Next one, reduce the coverage under NFSA. Right now we have a coverage of NFSA that is 67%. Right? Two-thirds of total India's population do not have this coverage. Reduce the coverage to 40%. Reduce the coverage to 40%. This is the recommendation of Shanta Kumar committee. Anybody has any problem? Can we go forward? Sir, but FCI will sell at less prices, so won't it neutralize the market? Right? Do you think FCI will sell it right now? Think of it. Do you think FCI will start procuring and selling like this? No, first they will procure. Then they will realize, okay, inflation is happening. Then they will conduct open market sales scheme. But by the time inflation has already taken place. Okay. Point number 3. Arey Baba, listen, no. If everybody keeps on asking one point, I'll repeat the whole thing. And then what were you listening earlier? FCI should not procure in the states, the state which already have lot of infrastructure. Let the state government do it. Point number 2, whenever the FCI will procure food grains, there should be rationality. The procurement should be done based on the requirement. Certain standards should be maintained. Third one, in the state which announces bonus or MSP, that can cause a hike in the market prices. So do not procure more food grains from the state which has announced bonus. Fourth one, promote NWRS so that there is access to institutional credit to the farmer. Under NFSA, we are covering total of two-thirds of India's population. All these beneficiaries may or may not require this kind of assistance. The fiscal burden on the government would also be very higher, reduce the coverage to 40%. Right. So these are some of the recommendations which have been provided by Shanta Kumar committee. Prioritize pulses as well as oil seeds and the MSP. Why? You know now. Right? Please don't ask me, sir, why oil seeds should be procured. We have discussed 2 minutes ago. Why oil seeds should also be the focus for Government of India. 6 months advance food grains to be issued so that the cost of storage will come down. What is that? Let me explain it to you. Imagine a Food Corporation of India. Listen to me very carefully now. Imagine your Food Corporation of India. Every month you will have to give me 5 kgs of food grain. And let's say now harvesting season is over. You will go to the market, purchase food grains, store the food grain, and monthly you will give me 5 kgs. Now, rather than doing this, please think of it now. Rather than doing this, what if after harvesting season is over, you'll purchase food grain? Rather than giving me food grain monthly, you will give me 6 months worth of food grains. Think of it. Rather than give me 5 kgs every month, you will calculate 5 into 6, 30 kgs. And in one shot, once harvesting season is over, you have procured. In one shot, you will give me 30 kgs. Now, if you do this, please tell me, will it reduce the cost of warehousing for you? Let me know. Will it not reduce the cost of storage for you? Because you don't have to keep on storing and giving me every month. You will give me only in one shot 30 kgs. That is exactly the recommendation. 6 months advanced food grains to be issued so that the cost of storage for FCI will come down. End-to-end computerization, we have done it. That is how much food grains are procured, right? In which warehousing, how many food grains are there, how much has been given to the states, who is distributing, everything is done using computers. So computerization has been done. Cash transfers in the public distribution system, PDS, cash transfers in the public distribution system to be operationalized in cities with population over 1 million. That is more than 10 lakh people. Now, did we implement it? We have implemented this in some of the union territories. I repeat, we have implemented this in one of the union territories. Sorry, many of the union territories. For example, in case of the Dadra and Nagar Haveli, all of you heard of Dadra and Nagar Haveli? In case of Dadra and Nagar Haveli, we have implemented cash transfer. Now, what is this cash transfer? Imagine government will give you 1 kg of food grain and government will incur a subsidy of 40 rupees. Simple example. Imagine government will give you 1 kg of food grain and government incurs a subsidy, right? Pays a subsidy of 40 rupees on this. Now, please tell me, under NFSA, is there option of oil under NFSA? Vegetable oils. Let me know. Is there option of vegetable oils under NFSA? Can you purchase vegetable oils under NFSA? Some of you are saying yes. My dear, which state do you belong to? Please do let me know. Because state governments or central government do not distribute vegetable oil under NFSA. They distribute rice. They distribute, right, wheat. Again, I'm talking about NFSA. Right? Why don't you people listen to me? That becomes a problem, you know. You do not listen to me at all. Right? I'm saying NFSA. You're talking about some state government scheme. Listen properly. Under NFSA, there is no option to distribute anything else except rice, except wheat, except coarse grains. Except rice, wheat, and coarse grains. There is no other option under NFSA. Check with Government of India. If a state government is issuing anything else, that is a state government scheme. It is not a central government scheme. right? So listen to me whenever I talk, right? So argument is there is no option available. There is no option available beyond this under NFSA. So instead of giving you 1 kg of rice and incurring a subsidy of 40 rupees, can government of India directly transfer this 40 rupees in your bank account? Think of it. Can government of India directly transfer this 40 rupees in your bank account and ask you to purchase any food grain you want to? This is the basic idea of a cash transfer. This is basically the idea of a cash transfer. But please understand the difficulty also. Difficulty for the government. Government wants you to purchase food grains, other food grains with that 40 rupees. Right? Any guarantee you will purchase food grains only with 40 rupees? I hope you understand. Can you, right, imagine government will want you to purchase food grain, but can you imagine situations where people rather than purchasing food grain will end up purchasing anything else except a food grain? Of course, yes, there could be a situation like this. So argument is, on one side I will give you an option. Using this concept, I will give you an option. You want to purchase something else, I will give you option. But argument is, any guarantee you'll use it to purchase only food grain. There is no guarantee. And moreover, please think of it. Please think of it. If government will do away with the procurement and start giving you, right, only 40 rupees subsidy, don't you think suddenly the supply in the market will increase by a large margin? Think of it. Government generally procures around 30 to 40% of rice and wheat cultivated in India. If government will stop procurement because they are giving you the subsidy now, cash subsidy, don't you think suddenly the supply in the market will increase and prices will crash? Prices will simply crash in the market. Farmers will not be able to earn anything. Anything in the sense, revenue generation by the farmers will be very, very low, negligible. Okay, done. Right, so basic argument is cash transfers can be utilized under NFSA. Instead of giving subsidized food grain, cash transfers can be utilized. Right, so these are some of the recommendations of Shanta Kumar committee. Can we go forward? Anybody has any issue? Sir, my state government is doing this, my state government is doing that. Great. If your state government is doing it, great. But that is a scheme done by your state government, not the NFSA being implemented by central government. Okay, not the NFSA implemented by the central government. For example, earlier also, under NFSA, the rice was supposed to be issued at 3 rupees per kg. Earlier, that is until last year, rice was supposed to be issued at 3 rupees per kg. But many of the states issued the rice at 1 rupees per kg. Now, some of you will say, sir, how is that possible? Under NFSA, you are saying 3 rupees. State government is giving extra subsidy to you. Very simple idea. State government is giving extra subsidy. That's it. Right? So, what is NFSA? I will tell you that. From one state to another state, there are 20 plus states in India. Every state will have different scheme altogether. Right? So, you don't worry about all the 20 plus state schemes. You are writing UPSC, don't worry about it. And moreover, I just want to ask you one more question before going forward. Under NFSA, please let me know. Some of the students were asking, do you think all the states will give you the same food grains? Same food grain in the sense, do you think in all the states they will give you 2 kg of rice, 2 kg of wheat, 1 kg of coarse grains? Do you think this makes sense to you? From one state to another state, don't you think food habits will change? Yes or no? From one state to another state, food habits will keep on changing. Some states, right, rice could be a staple food. So rice will be given more. Some states, right, wheat will be a staple food. Wheat will be given more. So there is no uniformity, right? I'll repeat, there is no uniformity, right? So as per the requirement, they will distribute it. In fact, the whole idea why we have a decentralized procurement is to promote as per the state's requirement. Right? I hope you understand this. The whole reason why we have decentralized procurement is precisely because of this. We want to ensure the state government knows what is required for the state. So that's the reason we want to ensure from the center, we want to ensure that the state will procure as per the requirement and distribute as per the requirement. Okay, done. So in West Bengal, kerosene is given. My dear, in many states, kerosene is given, not just West Bengal. In many states, kerosene is actually distributed using PDS. Using PDS. Please understand my point. Using PDS. PDS is what? Ration shop. PDS is basically a network of all the ration shops that we have. Using PDS network, center through the states issues kerosene. That is a common thing. Okay, done. So these are the recommendations of Shanta Kumar committee. The next one is APMC. And there is one more question. Sir, why the committee gives a recommendation of 6 months food grains in advance? Why not 12 months? My dear, please tell me how many cropping seasons we have in India? Main cropping seasons. That is where you will have to apply the knowledge from other subjects as well. Right? How many main cropping seasons we have in India? Main. We have two main cropping seasons. Kharif and Rabi. Kharif and Rabi. And that is the reason they said after the harvesting season is over, rather than purchasing and keeping, rather than purchasing and storing and giving once every month like this, purchase and give 6 months in advance. So that after 6 months, again there is harvesting, again there is a supply in the market. That's the logic behind it. Okay, let me go to the next one. APMC. What is APMC? Agriculture Produce Market Committee. APMC stands for Agriculture Produce Market Committee, APMC. Now, point number one, please understand all of these. Point number one, APMC is a law passed and implemented by the state government. APMCs represent, what is APMC? I'll come to that. It's a market. But how do we implement APMC? State governments will pass a law, APMC law, and implement a model called as Agriculture Produce Market Committee. Now, point number two, why state government, sir? Please remember, agriculture marketing. Agriculture marketing comes under the state subject. And that is the reason it is the responsibility of the state governments to bring in a law and implement APMC. Point number three, if I say it is the state government power, it is the prerogative of the state government, can I also say there could be certain states without the APMC? Yes or no? Please think of it. If I say it is entirely up to the state government, not the central government, entirely up to the state government to bring in a law to implement APMC, can I also say some of the states might simply say we don't want APMC? Are there any states? Of course, yes. For example, Bihar. Bihar has repealed, it has withdrawn APMC law. What about Kerala? Kerala government doesn't have an APMC law. So it is entirely up to the state government. Now come to the third point. What do you mean by APMC here? What do you mean by APMC? It is a market, or else it is also referred to as a mandi. Correct? Let me know. It is a market, or else, right, common man. Right? In Hindi belt, we will call this as a mandi. We will take these crops to the mandi and sell it to the buyers. How? Please have a look at this picture here. Do not by heart the picture. Please look at the picture. The farmers or cultivators will take their crop to the market, and many buyers will come to the market. And in this market, which is called as mandi, right? In this market, that is mandi, all these crops will be brought, buyers will come and they will purchase. There will be competition, there will be a bidding between the buyers, and they will purchase the crop and sell it to consumers, that is you and me. For example, sir, what kind of buyers will come there? For example, food processing companies. Do you know many food processing companies? Best example, Britannia. Please tell me, will Britannia require, right, these food grains to be purchased in large quantity or not? What about PepsiCo company? What about PepsiCo company? Will they require large quantity of food grains? Of course, yes. So there are a lot of food processing companies which require these crops to be purchased in large quantities. They will go to the market and there is a competition, there is a bidding, right? So they will purchase this and finally sell it to consumers. This is basically the supply chain, and this is a role of APMC, Agriculture Produce Market Committee. What is the advantage of APMC model? Please let me know. Rather than farmer trying to find out individually the buyers in the market, don't you think it will help the farmer if there is a market where buyers will come? Let me know. It's a market where buyer and seller will meet. So rather than farmer trying to find a buyer individually, there is a market already where lot of buyers are there. So don't you think farmers are going to benefit from the competition between the buyers? And on the other side, a buyer will go to only one market based on the quantity quality requirement. Large quantities as well as quality requirement will also be met by purchasing from a single market. So when you bring all the crops to one market, right, of course, yes, buyers will numbers will be very higher, sellers will be higher, price discovery, right, what is the appropriate price of this product, you can obtain it in a much better way. That is the whole idea of a APMC, Agriculture Produce Market Committee. Now within the APMC, please have a look at it. Right, the APMC, it's a market. Market means it's a physical area where infrastructure is supposed to be developed. For example, what kind of infrastructure do you require in a marketing? You will require warehousing. You will require right a soil testing labs. You will require a certification, that is grading. Quality testing labs for food grains. You will require sorting infrastructure. You will require grading infrastructure, etc. Now, many of you will keep on asking me, sir, what do you mean by sorting and grading? Let me give a very simple example. Imagine you go to a market and you want to purchase apples. Please tell me, will you not see multiple types of apples in the market? Correct or not? Let me know. Sir, I've not been to market only. Right? When you go to purchase a market, apple in the market, you will see Shimla apple. You will see, right, Kashmir apples. You will see imported apples. And let's say Kashmiri apples are kept, or Shimla apples are kept. Will you not see Shimla apples kept in a different groups? Yes or no? Some of these apples will be very fresh. Some of the apples will comparatively less fresh. Some of these Shimla apples will have lot of dots on them. Lot of dots. They have already started rotting, right, to certain extent. So can I say this is nothing but sorting and grading? Sorting means a separation. Sorting means a separation. Grading means what is the quality. I'll repeat the statement. What do you mean by sorting? Sorting means separating, and grading means right based on quality. What is the quality of the product? That is called as a grading. Sorting and grading infrastructure is also required to be developed in the APMC. So warehousing, soil testing labs, sorting and grading and packaging infrastructure, all of it we expect it to be developed under the APMC model. Now, what are the functions of APMC? First one, it will promote transparency in the pricing. Lot of buyers are there, lot of sellers are there, competition will be there, transparent pricing methodology can be followed. It will ensure that the payment is done to the farmers. APMC is a market, that is it's a facility which is provided by an authority. So the authority ensure that only the registered participants will participate. Meaning what? If you want to purchase in an APMC, you will have to take a license for it. You'll have to take a license. So registered participants will participate in auctioning, buying, etc. And the APMC will also ensure that payment is done to the farmer. It will promote food processing by providing sorting, grading, processing infrastructure. It will provide a market for both buyers as well as sellers. So these are some of the functions associated with the concept of a APMC model. But having said so, there are a lot of concerns, lot of issues regarding the APMC. Point number one, imagine you are a food processing company, which means you want to purchase food grains. You want to purchase food grains from the state 1, state 2, state 3, etc. Okay, before I go forward, am I audible to all of you? Please do let me know. Am I audible? Okay, thanks a lot. right? One student is saying, sir, audio issue, please hit fix audio button. Please hit the fix audio button. That's the reason I just wanted to confirm it. Let's start. So imagine you want to purchase food grain from state 1, state 2 as well as state 3. Now because you want to purchase the food grain in 3 different states, now you will have to take multiple licenses. Is the logic okay with all of you? You will have to take multiple licenses. Sir, why do I require multiple licenses? I am the only buyer here. My dear, the state governments will have their own APMC law. Every state government has their own individual APMC law. So because it is a state subject, you want to participate in different states, you will have to take multiple licenses. Now, please tell me, having multiple licenses, does it not mean more charges you will have to pay? Does it not mean more paperwork? Is it not going to increase the complexity of the market for you? Rather than this, think of it now. Whether you want to purchase in state 1, state 2, state 10, state 28, does not matter. Only one license, uniform license. Please tell me, don't you think uniform licensing is much better compared to multiple licensing requirement? Will it not reduce a burden for the buyers to get multiple licenses, etc.? Of course, yes, it will reduce. I'll come to this point. So, first one is requirement of multiple licenses. Second one is you require multiple types of infrastructure in an APMC. You will take your crop, you want, right, let's say sorting and grading infrastructure. You require packaging infrastructure. You require warehousing infrastructure. Now, let's say such infrastructure availability is very less. Is there any other option available to you? Think of it. Is there any other option? Right? Is there any other market nearby? No. Right? So, can I simply say the private markets, because these are not available, right, in the vicinity, APMCs, can I say, will have a strong hold. They will act like monopoly. Correct? They will act like monopoly because you are paying certain charges. Please remember, yesterday, let me know, do you remember the term mandi charges? Please tell me. Yesterday I had written this while discussing food subsidy, economic cost of food grains. Do you remember mandi charges? What do you mean by mandi charges? You want to sell the crops in the mandi. I want to purchase the crops in the mandi, which means I'm going to use the infrastructure of mandi. And because we are using the infrastructure, they will impose charges. They will impose charges and collect it. So on one side, we are paying charges, but on the other side, sufficient infrastructure is not available. That is the problem. That is the problem. Okay. So no sufficient infrastructure. Charges are collected by the APMC, specifically will go to the state government. Will be going to the state government. Now think of this and please tell me. Please think of this and tell me. If government of India will shift to completely cash subsidy under PDS, will the surplus states accept it? I'll repeat the statement now. If the government of India will shift to completely the cash subsidies under the PDS, will the surplus states accept this policy? Do you think the surplus states will be happy with this policy? Absolutely no. They will never be happy with this policy. That's the reason some of the states, Punjab, right, were they in favor of agriculture laws? They said, no, we are not in the favor of agriculture laws. We oppose these agriculture laws. Right? So argument is the state governments will never be happy. Why? If they will shift to, right, basically cash subsidy, which means right, the state governments will not be able to collect a lot of these charges because FCI will procure from mandi. FCI will procure from the mandis itself, right? So that is the reason states are never happy with such type of policies. Done. So these are some of the issues associated with APMCs. In fact, I'll add, right? I'll add one more point here. In case of APMCs, there was one survey which was conducted by Mr. Ashok Gulati. Remember this. There was one survey which was conducted by Mr. Ashok Gulati, right? Mr. Ashok Gulati is very, very famous, right? If anybody is reading Indian Express, they will know the person, Mr. Ashok Gulati. Ashok Gulati is a former chairperson of APMC. He is the former chairperson of APMC. And his findings in one of the reports, he cites that the consumers, think of this, the consumers, if they pay 100 rupees, the farmers are getting just 25% of it by selling the crop in the APMC mandi. I will repeat the statement. If the consumers are paying 100 rupee for the crop, then the farmers are getting just the 25% of it by selling their crop in the mandis, which means, think of this, what could be the profit earned by the middleman? Think of it. What could be the profit earned by the middleman? The farmer, who is the most important stakeholder, he is earning just 25% of the final price paid by the customer in the market, which means the middlemen are making most of the revenue, but not the farmer, but not the cultivator. That is the precise reason some of the state governments say APMC, there is a concern. Some state governments have repealed APMCs, etc. So, is there any solution to this? Is there any way forward to this kind of a problem? Of course, yes, there is a way forward. There is a proposal which is being implemented by the government now, e-national agriculture market. That is electronic national agriculture market. E-national agriculture market, electronic national agriculture market. Now, what is this electronic national agriculture market? Simple. Understand this. Imagine there are three APMCs. Okay, imagine there are three APMCs, mandis. Now the farmers individually will take the crop to these APMCs, and the buyers also will have to go to multiple APMC mandis like this. Rather than this, what if I connect all these APMC mandis electronically? What if I connect all these APMC mandis electronically? Right? Think of it. Sir, right? Very difficult to understand. Is there any example? Can I say Amazon? Not Enam, but Amazon is a similar concept. Yes or no? Imagine you wanted to purchase a book from shop A, wanted to purchase a bottle from shop B, wanted to purchase a mobile phone from shop C. Rather than running to three different shops, all of them are present on Amazon now. Will you not open Amazon and start ordering products from different sellers, different products? Apply the same logic now. Apply the same logic. So different APMC mandis will be connected electronically. Meaning what? Imagine, right? There is a portal here, right? Right. Look at this portal. Can you see this picture? I'm rounding with red color marker. Can you see this picture? So the argument is the farmer from Mandi A will list their crop in the portal. Farmer from Mandi B will list their crop on the portal. Farmer from Mandi C will also list their crop in the portal. List their crop in the portal. Now understand this. If the listing is done in a portal from different APMC mandis, can I say buyers from different states without going to respective mandi? I repeat, buyers from the different states without going to the mandi will be able to bid for the crop and purchase the crop. Yes or no? That is throughout India. Throughout India. Right? You are from state 1, state 2, state 3, doesn't matter. You can simply participate. You are registered on the portal. You can simply participate and start bidding for this crop. Now, please tell me, compared to traditional concept, traditional means what? You literally will have to go to the mandi, participate, bid, and purchase. Now, you don't have to go to the market. You can sit literally at your home, start bidding for this crop. Now, tell me, can I say more and more buyers can participate in the portal? Yes or no? More and more buyers can participate in the portal. More and more sellers can participate in the portal. If the buyers from throughout India will participate, don't you think competition will be better? And when competition is better, what will happen to prices earned by the sellers? Prices earned by the sellers can also become much better. That is the model of e-national agriculture market. So the farmer can simply list their crop in the portal and the bidders will be there. Highest price they will accept it, receive the payment and make transportation of the food grains. And the buyers, right, look at the advantage. Buyers need not have multiple licenses here. They need only one license, unified license or uniform license. Only one license is required to bid throughout India, right? So that is the argument of e-national agriculture market. Anybody has a problem with this model? Let me know. Anybody has a problem with this model? Tomorrow, in fact, I will give you list of the articles. This year we are expecting. Right, more than 1 lakh crore worth of food crops to be sold through enam. Right, this year expect this will be the highest, by the way. It has been more than 7 years since the implementation of enam. We are expecting, right, more than 1 lakh crore rupees to be sold through the enam. Right, so it has been set up through small farmers agribusiness consortium. It is the nodal agency for the implementation of enam. The scheme is being funded through agritech infrastructure fund. Right, there is a fund which has been set up by the government, and the government is funding, right, for implementation of this. Right, many of you ask me, sir, what is the need of the fund? Imagine you are the apmc. You're the apmc. Now I'm asking you to install certain infrastructure using which crops can be listed in the enam. Will you need to spend certain amount of money? Will you need to develop certain new type of infrastructure? Yes, of course, yes. That is the reason Government of India will provide funding for it. Lot of APMC mandis are actually listed under the enam now. Lot of these APMCs are listed under the enam. Right? Can we go forward now? Any problem with the enam model? But in mandi, price of crop is given by seeing the quality. In enam, how price determined? My dear, quality certificates are there. Quality certificates, right? Quality certificates will have to be uploaded. Okay, issues faced by the mandis, I'll repeat it. Arey baba, you will have to listen carefully. Right, one is you'll have to take multiple licenses in a normal mandi. Right, the farmers and buyers will go to the mandi. But if sufficient infrastructure is not there, there is no alternate available to them. Mandi is like a monopoly. And many of you are asking, sir, why private mandis are not there? My dear, if the private mandis have to operate, they will have to get the approval from the state government. State government will promote their own mandis first. That's the basic idea, right? So there is a monopoly, like right, control of mandis on the sale of this. Right, the farmers and the buyers, they are paying a lot of charges, but sufficient infrastructure is not there, etc. So these are certain issues or concerns regarding the APMC model. Okay, sir, is it UPSC ask? What do you mean by is it UPSC ask? I don't know. So if a buyer want to buy 1 kg of potato, added a lot of transportation cost, so it is beneficial for consumer. If a buyer wants to buy 1 kg of potato, added lot of transportation cost, so it is beneficial for, again, please do let me know. I do not understand the question. Okay, please do no, ask in a better way. I am not able to understand. Okay, now what is the situation? What is the situation? These are certain number of commodities which are allowed to be traded on enam. This is a map of India. Again, do not buy hearted, do not waste your time, sir, why this, why that, etc. It will keep on changing. How many mandis are there in the APMC? I'm sorry, under the enam model, that number will keep on changing. You do not complicate it, keep it simple. As of 24th February 2023, number of mandis on the platform will be reaching 1361 and by 31st March of 2023. Now, apart from this, the turnover will be more than 51,000 crore rupees, and the latest data given by the government will be, it will be crossing more than 1 lakh crore rupees. 1.75 crore farmers are actually registered. So these are, right, certain points regarding right? Certain points regarding the enam. Are there any concerns? Are there any problems regarding enam? First one, lot of transactions which are taking place are intrastate. Very few of them are interstate transactions. Is okay? I'll repeat it again. Lot of them are intrastate, that is within the state. Very few of them are interstate. Now, what is the problem with this? Please tell me. If very few of the transactions are interstate, what does it indicate regarding number of buyers who are participating in the bidding? Let me know. I'll repeat the statement here. If very few of the transactions are interstate, that is the crops are produced in one state, purchased in the other state, what does it indicate regarding participation of buyers for interstate transactions? Don't you think participation is very less? Yes or no? Don't you think participation is very limited, very less? So we need to promote participation. And if participation is very high, competition will be very high. If competition is very high, automatically the prices earned by the sellers will also start increasing. Second one, lack of infrastructure. Because anyways, the farmer has to take the crop to the mandi. I hope you understand. The farmer has to take the crop to the mandi. Mandi requires a warehousing infrastructure, sorting infrastructure, grading infrastructure, right? A certification infrastructure. So we need to develop all of this infrastructure within the APMCs. And all the farmers are yet to adopt this model. This is natural. This is natural. Why the farmers will immediately accept the model? Please think of it, right? Don't you think any kind of a digital technology that you introduce to the farmers, and in case of India, as per Government of India's document, there are more than 16 crore farmers. There are more than 16 crore farmers. So do you think all the farmers, right, will be able to adopt this model immediately? No, some of the farmers will not accept it immediately. Okay, done. So these are some of the issues related to the functioning of e-national agriculture market. Okay, any problem? Can we go forward? Explain the word mandi, my dear. Mandi is a Hindi term. In English, mandi means market. Okay. In enam, buyers and seller, if it means to consumers, then why is there a provision for licensing? For example, I have to buy 1 kg. My dear, do you think in the market, this is a wholesale market? Do you think in the market you can go to the market and purchase 1 kg? Why? Where should you go to purchase 1 kg potato, 1 kg onion, etc.? You will go to wholesale market. How, my dear? I don't know. Why do you keep on complicating these concepts? I absolutely have no idea. Sir, I want to purchase 1 kg of rice. Can I participate in ENAM? Do you think farmer is willing to sell 1 kg to you? Or farmer wants to sell 100 kgs, 1 ton to a buyer? Think, please think. Right? For purchasing 1 kg, you want to take a license. You want to use internet, you want to go to interstate transaction, you want to purchase 1 kg sitting in Jammu and Kashmir, you want to purchase 1 kg from a farmer in Karnataka. Doesn't make any sense, right? I don't understand why do you keep on complicating all these concepts. Okay, what is the difference between enam and gm portal? GM stands for government e-marketplace. Enam is for agriculture commodities. Enam is for agriculture commodities. Government e-marketplace is for government procurement for other products. I hope you understand. GM, government e-marketplace, is for procurement of other products. ENAM is for agriculture commodities. Okay, any other question? Sir, if Government of India announces MSP on a crop but does not procure it, then farmers in the market will get MSP against private traders, or it can be sold at price lower than MSP. My dear, if government will not purchase the crop and you sell it in the market, whatever is the market price, you will get it. The market price could be greater than MSP or lower than MSP. It all depends upon the context. It all depends on the context. Okay. So next, technology. Technology in the agriculture sector. We already have discussed e-national agriculture market. We have discussed one nation, one ration card. We'll discuss silos, we'll discuss drones, we'll also discuss nano fertilizers. But we will discuss all of this after the break. Let me take a break. But before that, let me address some of your question. Then how center makes farm laws? My dear, if you have read regarding that, which I would recommend not to, farm laws are more associated with one, interstate transactions. Please tell me, interstate trade and commerce, will it come under the central list or state list? Think of it. Please participant, do let me know. The interstate trade and commerce, will it come under the state list or central list? Interstate. Right? Do you listen to what I say? Interstate. My dear, interstate trade and commerce will come under the central list. And if it is not, polity is not over to you, you have to apply common sense. That's it. You need to apply common sense to many of these concepts. If you say state government will control interstate trade and commerce, let me give a very simple example. If there is an interstate trade and commerce between UP and Bihar, please tell me which state government will regulate it. Think of it. Please think of it. If there is an interstate transaction between UP and Bihar, which state government will regulate it? Both the state governments will say, I want to regulate it. So, no, it has to be done by the center. It has to be done by the central government. It has to be done by the central government. Don't complicate these issues. So, central government will control interstate trade and commerce. Right? It is given in the Constitution of India. That is the reason why central government brought in farm laws. Okay. In decentralized system, the state will purchase food grains with MSP decided by Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. Yes, right. It will purchase at MSP, and if there is a bonus, they will give bonus also. But all those charges will be paid back by the central government. All these charges will be paid by the central government. Okay. Inter means within, control by the state government. Inter means between two states. Between. Inter means between. Have you heard of term interval? Very, very famous. Very much relatable to everyone in the classroom. Interval. Movie interval. Right? Between two parts, there is an interval. Intra means within. Intra means within. I am teaching CSAT English now. What if like food grain ATM we can implement same for mandi market, seller get more profit, no need of middleman? How? How? Right? What is your argument? Give me a proposal. Okay. So all these topics, some of these topics are not in book. I know that. I know. I've been telling you this. Sir, nano urea, not in book. Drones, not in book. One nation, one ration card, not in book. I know that. Do not limit your reading to only book. Then you're going to miss out on UPSC. Okay, go beyond book. I've always told you, please go beyond book. Do not get just stuck up with a book. Okay, done. Sir, there should be a cash transfer in PDS or not? Right, again, please understand, you can only do a critical evaluation. You can do only a critical evaluation. But the concern is definitely there. There is no guarantee how the consumers will use all of this. That is cash subsidy. But think of it. Please think of it. Can government promote idea of a e-rupee under cash subsidy? I'm talking about this e-rupee. I'm not talking about a central bank digital currency. I'm talking about this e-rupee. Can government of India, again, they have not done it. Can government of India use this e-rupee system to promote, right, the food subsidies, providing food subsidies? Are Baba, many of you are saying no. Why? Why are you saying no? Let me know. Why are you saying no? Right? What is the advantage? This is basically the problem. You do not read correctly. You do not remember correctly. What is the advantage of e-rupee? What is the advantage of e-rupee? Is it not purpose specific? Is it not purpose specific? Please do let me know. Is it not purpose specific? Can government of India ensure that they will give you subsidy of 40 rupees? Ensure that 40 rupee will be used only for purchasing food grains using e-rupee system. Think of it, my dear. Think of it. So can central government think of this model? I'm not saying they are doing it. Can they use this model? Right? So yes, there is the scope. Okay. Done. So these are certain points I wanted to discuss. Again, please think logically. Some of you do not think logically. My concern is you'll have to think logically. I'm talking about central government. You are talking about state government. Some of you are saying no, sir. State governments will not allow it. I have already told you that. I already have told you that. But what I asked you was, is there a scope? Is there a scope of using this? Right? So answer is yes, scope is there. But are they using it? No. Right now they are not using it. Okay. Done. So let's take a break now. Let's take a break. We'll restart the discussion at 8 o'clock. We'll restart the discussion at 8 o'clock. So take a break. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Please do let me know so that we can restart the discussion. Okay, done. So technology in agriculture sector. Now, I was just going through some of the comments given by the students. There were two students who were asking me, so how many newspapers do you read? Again, not at all needed. UPC is not going to ask you. Your teacher in economics has read how many newspapers? Dash. Right. But anyways, I would recommend you people read at least one newspaper and more emphasis on the term at least. I hope you understand. I hope you read at least one newspaper, most emphasis on the term at least. Right? Read as much as possible current affairs. Trust me when I say this. Read as much as possible current affairs. For example, let me give you a very basic idea. A couple of days ago, we discussed the concept of non tariff barriers. Yes or no? Let me know. Did we discuss the concept of tariff barriers and non tariff barriers? Yesterday's newspaper, if you have read Financial Express and Indian Express, any one of them, Financial Express or Indian Express, there was one article basically on this. More than 80%, more than 80% of India's exports are facing one or the other types of barriers. And in fact, I've told you this point. Again, I did not give you the data. I told you this point. In case of India, whenever we are talking about why exports are not increasing, etc., etc., I told you it is there in the slide also. Check it. If other trading countries, our trading partners, if they impose more of non-tariff barriers, I'd say automatically India's exports would be affected. You cannot export more and more. Automatically, it would be right affected. So that is the point. Yesterday's newspaper article, two articles, one in Indian Express and the other one in Financial Express. There was this discussion. I'll give you that article tomorrow. Please read that. So again, coming to the point, as much as possible, my argument will be: do not run behind books. Please do not run behind books. And again, I'm talking only for economics. I do not universally apply it. I will talk about only my subject. Do not run behind books. If you can read one book, more than sufficient. Please read as much as possible current affairs. Okay, come back to this. ENAM, One Nation, One Ration Card, already done. We'll discuss silos for storage, drone usage, and nano urea. Let's start. What is the concept of nano urea? Right? What is the concept of nano urea? Nano urea is basically liquid urea. And please understand, today we are not just talking about nano urea. We have, we have nano DAP now, right? Nano fertilizers is very famous. But what is this idea of a nano fertilizer or nano urea? Nano urea is basically nothing but liquid urea. It is nothing but liquid urea. Now, please do me a favor, go to Google and type urea. Please type urea fertilizer and go to pictures. If you see, urea is basically in the form of sugar-like crystals. Again, it's not sugar, but all of you, if you check it, you will realize that urea is in the form of white crystals, sugar-like crystals. Now, generally, urea that is available in the market, right, the physical, right, traditional solid urea, it is in the form of crystals. And if you remember, I said these are generally sold in a bag of 45 kgs to the farmers. Now, right, government of India is promoting government of India is promoting a new type of urea which is called as a liquid urea, nano urea. And for the first time in the global market, in the world, a cooperative from India, that is Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperative Limited, IFCO, very, very famous, right? Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperative Limited, IFCO, has developed an alternative to the solid urea, that is liquid urea. Now, liquid urea, I hope you understand, it is in the form of a liquid, right? Basically available in the bottles of 500 ml. It is available in the bottles of 500 ml. And Government of India's documents say that one bottle of liquid urea can replace one bag of solid urea. Which means, please think of it, Don't you think cost of warehousing, cost of transportation for liquid urea will be very less? Is the logic okay? Cost of transportation, cost of warehousing of liquid urea will be very less. Point number one. Point number two, lot of urea we import into India. Right? We are import dependent on urea. Now, instead of importing urea, if I start producing urea, nano fertilizers in India, point number three, can I reduce import dependence? Yes. Can we start exporting this to right other countries? Can we start exporting it? Of course, yes. This is where current affairs becomes very important. Couple of months ago, this is your assignment now. Couple of months ago, did Prime Minister of India visit USA? Let me know. Couple of months ago, did Prime Minister of India visit USA? Yes, there was a visit. And during this visit, there is an agreement which has been signed between IFCO and a private sector company in USA to supply nano DAP. Please check it online. Now, rather than importing it, we are producing it and we are exporting it. So, import dependence will come down. Our exports might increase. Can I also say if import dependence will come down, forex reserves, my reserves which are flowing outside will also come down. All of you okay with this? The forex reserves will also come down. And next, Government of India says the nano urea or liquid urea without subsidy, the price is right. Price is somewhere almost nearer to a bag of urea with a subsidy. I will repeat the statement here. The 500 ml bottle of urea, the price without subsidy is almost equal to, right? Almost equal to, very near to a bag of 45 kgs urea with the subsidy, which means, right, the prices are very much similar. Government subsidy burden will also start coming down. And next very important point, the liquid urea, right? Generally, this is applicable for all the nano fertilizers. The liquid urea, the efficiency is much higher compared to solid urea. Efficiency means what? Please do let me know. Can I say whether it is a liquid urea or a crystalline urea? It is basically nitrogen. All of you okay with this? Therefore, yesterday we have discussed all of this. It's nothing but nitrogen. Now, how much nitrogen is absorbed, that will have an impact on productivity. How much will be the yield of the crop? How much will be the height, weight of the grains, etc. So, in case of liquid urea, the absorption is much higher compared to crystalline urea. In case of liquid urea, the absorption is much higher compared to crystalline urea, which means, can I say, you can increase the productivity of the crop using liquid urea? All of you okay with this? You can increase the productivity. You can cultivate more using liquid urea. So these are right. These are some of the advantages associated with liquid urea compared to the crystalline urea. Please remember, question can be asked in any one of these areas. Right? They can give you what are the advantages of liquid urea over crystalline urea. They can give you 4 points and they can start playing with you. Only one of them is correct. Two of them are correct. Three of them are correct. Four of them are correct, etc., etc. They can ask you like this. So all these are the points regarding concept of nano fertilizers, and that's the reason Government of India is now promoting more and more production and consumption of nano fertilizers. Next, silos for storage. Now, before I go forward, what do you mean by silo? Silo basically means it is a large structure which is used for storage purposes. For example, please do let me know, are you able to see certain structures in the right side, top part of the slide? Let me know. Are you able to see certain structures, cylindrical structures at the right side top of the slide? These are called as silos. These are called as silos. Silos are not very famous in India, but these are very famous in the Western markets. For example, USA. For example, European market. Why? Please understand this. Whenever you construct silos compared to traditional warehouses, the quantity of food grains that you can store in the silos is very high. Is it okay? Quantity of food grains that you can store in a silo will be very, very high compared to a traditional warehouse. For example, many of you will ask, sir, what do you mean by traditional warehouse? If you search for a traditional warehouse in India, you will see a picture, right? A building will be there, and inside buildings, they will simply keep bags in, right, groups like this. They will keep bags in groups like this. These are called as warehouses. So compared to a traditional warehouse, silos are much better for a very simple reason: quantity that you can store will be very high. And when you can store more quantity of food grains, don't you think warehousing cost will start going down? Because the economies of scale, larger the quantity, per unit cost will start coming down. So warehousing cost is lower, the quantity of food grains that you can store will be very, very higher, and these silos, they can withstand natural calamities much better compared to a traditional warehouse. For example, there's a floods. Traditional warehouses will suffer, whereas the silos can withstand these kind of natural calamities in a much better way compared to a traditional warehouse. So these are some of the benefits. These are very cost effective, can store bulk quantities of food grains, and cost of storage for the farmer will also be very lesser. Operational cost is also very less, because please remember this: silos, a lot of technology is used, lot of mechanical equipments are used compared to human labor, right? So operational costs are also lower. Requirement of labor, human labor, will be lower here. They are also help the protection, they will also help in protecting the food grains from natural calamities and rodent attacks as well. These are some of the benefits of a silo storage compared to a traditional warehousing. And that is the precise reason government is now promoting silo warehousing in India through PPP route. What is PPP? Public Private Partnership. PPP stands for Public Private Partnership. Okay, so government of India is actually promoting development of the warehousing through silos through public private partnership. Can we go forward? Can we go forward now? Next one is agriculture drones. What is operational cost? My dear, how much labor you are going to use, how much electricity you are going to use. All these are called as operational cost. Operational cost is much lower in case of a silo compared to a traditional warehouse. Point number three, requirement. When you are going to use more equipments, Are Baba, when you are going to use more equipments, don't you think human labor requirement will be very less? Yes or no? When you will use more of equipments to load, right? Let's say to put food grains in the silo, to remove the food grains, etc. Don't you think human labor requirement will be very less? For example, in case of India, right? That's a reason you will have to have this, right? Let's say observational qualities. What do you think are used in India for loading, right? Let's say food grain bags, removing food grain bags, etc. Don't you think in case of India, a lot of times we use human labor? Yes or no? Have you at least observed it? Right? What do you see? People loading these food grain bags into the truck, removing food grain bags, or machines are used. Right? We use manual labor. Lot of human labor is used. But in case of silos, we will use machines. So requirement of labor will be very, very less. Okay. Next, agriculture drones. Okay, now what do you mean by drone here? Drone, many of you will start asking me, sir, what do you mean by drone? Drone is basically an unmanned aerial vehicle. Drone is nothing but an unmanned aerial vehicle. Unmanned aerial vehicle by nature simply means there is no pilot sitting in the vehicle. I hope you understand, right? There is no pilot which is sitting in the vehicle. There are no passengers, nothing. It is an unmanned aerial vehicle. That is, whoever is operating this is outside the vehicle. This is called as unmanned aerial vehicle, right? For example, drones. In case of India, now government of India is promoting, I repeat, government of India is promoting usage of drone technology in the agriculture sector. Usage of drone technology in the agriculture sector. Sir, why? Why should we use a drone technology? For example, think of it. Imagine you have a field like this, rather than using human labor to apply, let's say, fertilizers, you will use drones to apply fertilizers. Done. Right? Don't you think that's an advantage? Because please remember this point. Government of India's documents say a drone can supply the fertilizer, apply the fertilizer to 1 hectare of land within 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, right? A drone can apply fertilizer to 1 hectare of land, compared to, let's say, using human labor who will take hours and hours together to apply fertilizer. So can we use a drone technology in application of fertilizer or insecticides, etc., without being dependent on the human labor? Yes. In many cases, please understand, these fertilizers, insecticides are nothing but chemicals. These are nothing but chemicals. When you're handling the chemicals, when you're physically applying these chemicals, can there be a contact with your skin? Think of it. I'll come to the point. Please think of it. When you're applying these chemicals or insecticides, these are essentially chemicals. Can they come in contact with your skin? So can there be certain accidents? Of course, yes. So rather than using people, if you start using machines, can I say farm accidents can come down? Think of it. Because suddenly UPSC will use this statement, you think, no, 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 no. Using drones, how farm accidents will come down? No, this is wrong. My dear, it is correct. My dear, this is very much correct. Right? Instead of using people to apply these chemicals, which can lead to certain skin damage, right? Certain infection, etc., you are going to use a machine now. So farm accidents will automatically come down. So first point, it is cost effective. Second, it is a time effective. Third one, dependence on the human labor will come down. In fact, even now, if you're not, let's say, confirmed, sir, I don't think even now it will reduce farm accident. Have you seen multiple cases where people who are applying, let's say, pesticides will be bitten by a snake, will be attacked by an elephant? Yes or no? Correct, right? So all these cases will be addressed now. You're not going to be using human labor, you're going to use the machine. Next, imagine you want to assess how the crop is growing in the, let's say, 2 hectares of land, 5 hectares of land. Rather than going from one corner to the next corner to the next corner, rather than looking the whole farm, which is a time consuming process, rather than inspecting the whole farm, can you use a drone? Can you inspect using a drone itself? Can you assess whether the crop is growing correctly or not? Whether right, the water is reaching correctly or not? Whether there is a pest attack in one region of the crop, etc. So all these are the advantages associated with the agriculture drones. And many of you are concerned about costing. I'll come to that. Have patience. Many of you are concerned about costing. Have certain patience. I'll come to that. Okay, so these are certain advantages related to agriculture drones, and that is a precise reason, right? That is a precise reason Government of India in 2021 has come out with a certain framework to promote usage of agriculture drones. Now I'll come to the concern that many of you have raised. Sir, how can we expect the farmers to purchase agriculture drones? These are costly. When did I say farmers will purchase agriculture drones? Let me know. When did I basically say I want the farmers to purchase agriculture drones? Absolutely no. I did not say farmers should purchase agriculture drones. What if I say there is agriculture university, right? There's an agriculture university. Government will provide subsidies to agriculture university, and now the agriculture university will start providing these services to the farmers. Think of it. Please think of it. Right? I'm not asking the farmer to purchase for the drone here. Imagine agriculture universities are there, farmer producer organizations are there, custom hiring centers are there, etc. So there are many institutions like this which can purchase the drones. Government will provide subsidy. In fact, government is doing it. For example, have a look at this. There is a scheme by the name of Submission on Agriculture Mechanization. Submission on agriculture mechanization. Submission on agriculture mechanization, SMAM. Under the submission on agriculture mechanization, Government of India provides a lot of subsidies. So the agriculture universities, farmer producer organization, custom hiring centers, etc., they will be allowed to purchase the drones, provide the services in a cost effective manner, and get the subsidy from Government of India. So, right, all of you are okay with this idea, right? Why the government is promoting agriculture drones, Kisan drones, etc. Now, this is basically the argument. Can we go forward? Anybody has a problem even now? I think to promote drone, Government of India new scheme Lakpati. Okay, let me not make it political. But sir, using technology and agriculture will reduce the demand for labor. Yes, yes, we want to do that, my dear. We want to do that. We do not want too much labor to be present in agriculture sector. Remember this, we do not want too much labor to be present in agriculture sector. We don't want it. Why? Please understand. There's a term called as right when you discuss unemployment, there is a term called as disguised unemployment. Disguised unemployment. What do you mean by disguised unemployment? Disguised unemployment means you are using more than required number of labor for production, right? Imagine you require only two people, but you will not use two people, you will hire four people to do the work. But despite the four people being there, productivity will not increase, productivity will still remain same. That is called as disguised unemployment. And in case of India, please remember this, agriculture sector has very high amount of disguised unemployment. Why? Government of India's documents show that lot of people who are working on the field, they are not working at their productivity levels. They'll keep on chit chatting, they'll keep on talking, they'll keep on telling their stories, etc., etc. So number of people will increase, but productivity will not increase. Productivity will not increase. That is the precise reason, right? Agriculture sector is generally associated with disguised unemployment. And please remember the definition now. Please remember the definition. Productivity will not change. I said productivity will not change. Can I give you one more definition? Can I say disguised unemployment means where marginal productivity is zero? Think of it. Marginal productivity is zero. Marginal productivity means any change in the productivity. You will hire more people, productivity will not change, means marginal change is zero. Marginal productivity is zero. Okay, done. So full form of CHC, custom hiring centers, FPO, farmer producer organization, right? So these are some of the right benefits related to the concept of agriculture drones and Kisan drones. Now do not complicate this issue. Do not complicate this issue. Government says we are going to promote it. Sir, there is one question. Will it violate WTO subsidies? How? How is it going to violate WTO subsidies? You tell me that. Okay. Let me go to the next one. Concept of food processing. Idea of food processing. Now, what is this idea for food processing? And let me start with the definition. Food processing is the process of transforming food items into a form that can be used. Okay. What is food processing? It is basically a process of transforming food items into a form that can be used. For example, mangoes can be converted into one more form. Wheat can be converted into one more form. Right? Vegetables can be converted into right another form. Fruits can be converted into another form so that their shelf life will be extended, values will be increased. For example, sir, any other example? Okay, any other example of food processing? My dear, current affairs, tomato. Can I take tomato? Tomato can be converted into ketchup. All of you know this, right? Tomato can be converted into ketchup. Tomato can be converted into puree. Correct or not? Right? Or for that matter, onion. Onion can be converted into dried powder. Onion can be converted into dry onion. Or wheat can be converted to biscuits. Wheat can be converted into biscuits. Wheat can be converted into bread. And wheat can be converted into flour as well. Right? Atta, wheat flour. So I hope you understand again that don't worry about examples. Please don't worry about examples. Food processing, thousands and thousands of goods, agriculture goods can be converted into another form. So what is food processing? It is a process of transforming from one product to another product, but in the process, extending the shelf life, also adding value to the product. Now, what is the need for processing food? Why should we promote food processing in India? Reasons are very simple. Point number one. In case of India, the per capita incomes have increased. So has been the preference for processed foods. All of you okay with this? I'll repeat it again. Right, over a period of time, the incomes of Indians have increased. So has been the preference of processed foods. Right, so that is one. Second one, in case of India, right, large part of population is below the age of 25 years, and that is youth population is very high in India, and the preference for processed foods from the youth population is also very high. Third one, India produces a huge quantity of food grains, not just food grains, that is cereals, vegetables, milk, etc. Production is very high. So when the production is so high, one, we have to reduce the wastages of them. So by converting the form, extending the shelf life, we will reduce the wastages. And second, there is a huge scope of export potential. There is a huge potential for the exports. So we want to address even that particular issue as well. So these are certain reasons why there is a need to promote processed foods in India. For example, you only tell me, you people, please tell me, please look at your left, right, or your in your kitchen, in your fridge, etc. Don't you think the demand for the processed foods has increased to a very great extent now? Right? For best example, sir, no, etc., etc. Right? If you prepare tea, you'll use tea powder. Is it not processed food? You will open a packet of milk, either Amul, right, or Avin or Nandini, whatever it is. You'll open a packet of milk. That is processed food. You will make a toast using a bread and butter, right? Again, processed food. Sir, I'm eating a chocolate. My dear, processed food. Right? I'm eating biscuits, dipping in tea now. Processed food, right? So you can imagine, right, the kind of processed foods that we are consuming. And some of you will simply say, sir, I'm eating right, Maggie is a processed food. So I hope you understand, right, there is a huge demand for processed foods in the domestic market. So that is a precise reason, that's a precise reason there is a need to develop food processing infrastructure, promote food processing in India. But please think of it, here itself, I'll just give you one problem with food processing. Whenever you process the foods, it doesn't necessarily mean processed food is good for health. I hope you understand my statement. Whenever you process the food and you eat the processed food, it doesn't necessarily mean the processed foods is good for health. It doesn't necessarily mean, right? What if sodium content is very high, right? Fats which are unhealthy content is very high, right? So cholesterol addition, etc., etc. So all of those problems will be there. So again, please understand, whenever you talk about food processing, it doesn't necessarily mean whatever is the output, it is always good for health. So there is one concern, right? Demand for these kind of unhealthy foods, if they keep on increasing, consumption keeps on increasing, it will have a negative impact on the whole society, right? For example, many of you say, sir, what kind of negative impact? A society with a very high number of people with high cholesterol content, high obesity numbers, don't you think that will affect productivity? That will have a huge impact on productivity. Second, these kind of processed foods demand, right? Please tell me, is it okay if I say higher demand will be present in urban India compared to rural India? Yes or no? Higher demand for these processed foods will be there in urban India compared to rural India. But where is the majority of the population present in India? Majority of the population is present in rural India. So now there is a need for you to develop, certain types of products, invest in development of these products which are processed foods, but the acceptance will be higher in rural India. There is argument of this also. Okay, so these are some of the points regarding the concept of food processing. Now, has government of India done anything to promote food processing in India? Has government of India taken any initiative to promote food processing in India? We'll discuss some of the initiatives. First initiative, there is a scheme by the name of Pradhana Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana. Pradhana Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, PMKSY, Pradhana Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana. Right? Please be very careful. Although I'm writing PMKSY, I'm a bit hesitant to write the short form. Why? If you come across the newspaper article on PMKSY, please check whether they're talking about Pradhana Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana or they're talking about Pradhana Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. There is one more scheme by the name of PMKSY that promotes micro irrigation in India. That's different. This is different. So, under the Pradhana Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, there are multiple schemes. I will focus on two schemes. One is a promotion of mega food parks. One is a promotion of mega food park. Second one is promotion of cold chain infrastructure. Second one is promotion of cold chain infrastructure. Now, what do you mean by mega food park? Mega food park is basically, understand this, it is a facility, it's an area, it's a facility where multiple food processing units are established. I will repeat the statement. What do you mean by mega food park? It is an area, it is a region where multiple food processing units are established. For example, for example, what if I say there is a company A which will convert a wheat into biscuits? They are present in the mega food park. Right? There is company B which will convert a fruit into juice. There is company C which will purchase potatoes, convert the potatoes into chips. There is a company D which will purchase a lot of fruits, convert that into Kisan Jam. So lot of these companies which are involved in food processing, these are present only in one area. This area is called as a mega food park. Now, how this mega food park will work out? The mega food park will work out in this easier process. I've given a simplified version. From the producers, right, there is a center which is called as a collection center. Collection center will procure, right, the required food grains, the fruits, vegetables, etc. from the producers, that is mainly farmers. And from the collection center, now it will be sent to primary processing center where warehousing is conducted, where sorting and grading is done. Now all of this, once it is done, these will be sold, these will be sent to respective companies which are present in the mega food park. And now, based on the requirement, when they will get input, some of them will purchase potatoes, convert that into chips. Some of them will purchase, let's say fruits, convert that into juice, jam, pickle, etc., etc. Now, the output will either be sold in the domestic market or will be sold in the international market. This is the model of a mega food park. This is a model of a mega food park. This is basically also referred to as hub and spoke model. This is also referred to as hub and spoke model. Now, what is this concept of hub and spoke model? Hub and spoke basically refers to a type of supply chain system. It refers to a supply chain system. Now, will UPSC ask you to explain hub and spoke? I don't think so. They will ask you. But anyways, right, let's have a glimpse of it. Just understand the basics of it. Now, have a look at this. All of you seen your cycle tire or a bicycle tire? Anybody in the classroom who says, sir, I've never seen a cycle tire. I've never seen a bicycle tire. Can I define a bicycle tire this way? A bicycle tire or a cycle tire will have a solid central hub. Will have a solid central hub which is connected with multiple spokes. Anybody has a problem with the definition now? Right? A bicycle tire has a central solid hub. Check it. If you are not trusting me, please check it. Right? There is a solid piece of metal in the center, and multiple spokes will basically connect this, right? This solid center. This is a basic idea of a hub and spoke model. Hub and spoke model. Now, what is the connection of hub and spoke model with mega food park? Can I write it like this? Here, the hub is basically the mega food park. The hub is nothing but mega food park. The central solid hub is mega food park, which is connected by multiple suppliers and from which we will export it to multiple markets. Is the logic okay? Right? The mega food park is a central solid hub. Spokes are nothing but different suppliers, and other spokes are nothing but different markets where they will supply. This is called as a basically hub and spoke model. Again, do not do a PhD on this, simply restrict to the meaning of it. For example, think of it. Please think of it. Can I say newspaper distribution in India follows hub and spoke model? Please think of it. Apply common sense. Please apply common sense. Newspaper distribution in India follows hub and spoke model. And have you not seen in many of these civil aviation companies, if you want to travel from point A to point B, think of it. If you want to travel from point A to point B, one aeroplane will take you to point C, then you will be asked to move to one more aeroplane along with many other passengers. You will be taken to point B. Have you seen this concept of connecting flights? Concept of connecting flights, now not direct flights, concept of connecting flights. They will take you from place A to place B, sorry, place C. There along with you many other passengers will come. All of you will be asked to sit in one aeroplane. Now you will be taken to place B, which is nothing but a concept of hub and spoke model only. Which is nothing but a concept of hub and spoke model. Right? So remember, in businesses, this is a very famous, right? Very famous model. Now, come back to Mega Food Park. It was launched in 2008. The idea of Mega Food Park was launched in 2008, right, to promote infrastructure in food distribution, sorting, grading, processing, etc. Under this, Government of India would provide financial assistance in the form of grant up to 50% of the cost of the project. Up to 50% of the cost of the project, maximum 50 crore rupees, would be the grant provided by the Government of India. Each of the mega food parks will have 30 to 35 processing units. They will create jobs up to 30,000 jobs, and they will have investment of up to 250 crore rupees. Mega food park scheme will function on hub and spoke model. Credit for this can also be obtained under PSL. Right, under PSL, right, for mega food parks you can get loans. And finally, foreign direct investment, FDI, foreign direct investment is allowed under mega food parks. Right, that is basically the concept of mega food park initiative of Government of India. Can we go forward? Can we go forward? Sir, where are mega food parks located, my dear? And generally, these kind of questions you people ask, rather than this, can you check in Google? There are more than 20 mega food parks which are operating in India. There are more than 20 mega food parks which are operating in India. Right? Why? My general concern is, okay, 20 mega food parks are there. What will you do with this? Let me know. Do you think UPSC is going to ask you list out the cities where mega food parks are located? Right? How do you imagine these kind of questions? So please do let me know. Right? So generally these kind of questions are not needed. I can make it much more bulky. For example, I can take all of this data, keep on putting this in the PPT, but that is not required. Next year, when you come across budget document, when you come across right economic survey document, you will get the data there. But if you ask me, don't buy heart it. Please do not buy heart it. Please do not buy heart it. UPSC will not ask you. Okay. Now, next one is cold chain. That there was one student who said, "What about cold chain?" I'll come to that. Cold chain only. I'll come. Now, please think of it and please answer to me. You want to purchase, let's say, paneer, right? By going to a shop. You want to purchase milk. You want to purchase, right? Let's say, ready to eat. Many of these foods. You want to purchase meat products, etc. Can I say all of these examples that I've written here, the production of it, the supply of it, storage of it, marketing of it, all of this is done through using cold infrastructure. What do you mean by cold infrastructure? Basically, infrastructure where cold temperatures are used. Right? One more student said, sir, ice cream. Perfectly correct. Sir, what about ice cream? Perfectly correct. Ice cream will also deal with cold infrastructure. Anybody has seen, right? Any of these products are kept on the counter for the sales? Sir, ice cream was kept on the counter, right? So let me know. Milk, don't you think milk is kept in the cold temperature? Again, no, don't say, sir, I went to the shop, it was there on counter, I picked it. For certain time period, they will keep it in the counter, but after that, where will they keep? Please do let me know. Where will they keep it? They will have to keep it in a freeze zone only, right? So I went, sir, it was there, I took it. So all these products will require cold temperatures. The production is done in cold temperatures. Transportation is done using cold temperatures, and storage is also done in cold temperatures. So can I say all this infrastructure which requires, right, which deals with cold temperature, can I call this as a cold chain infrastructure? Chain means connection. Chain is nothing but connection. So I hope you understand all the infrastructure which we require for production, for transportation, for storage, right? And where we use cold temperature, can I refer to this as cold chain infrastructure? Answer is yes. So Government of India under Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana is also promoting cold chain warehousing, cold chain infrastructure. So government will provide a financial aid for setting up of cold chain infrastructure facility, maximum up to 10 crore rupees per project. It is assistance, not a loan. It is assistance, grant. Apart from this, there are also many government agencies such as APEDA. APEDA is a very well-known government agency, right? There is a NCCD, National Center for Cold Chain Development. There is also NHB, National Horticulture Board. These are the agencies owned by Government of India. These will also provide assistance for the development of cold chain infrastructure. Cold chain projects have been given infrastructure status, which means you can take infrastructure loans, right? There are a lot of institutions who will provide infrastructure loans. You can take infrastructure loans if you're identified as infrastructure. And finally, I've given you the definition of cold chain infra. Right, so government under PMKSY is promoting mega food park. It is also promoting cold chain infrastructure in India. Can we go forward now? Can we go forward? Let me know. 100% FDI in marketing of domestically produced goods. What is this? Government says foreign companies can bring in money. Foreign companies can bring in money and develop infrastructure for marketing. Marketing means what? You will purchase, you will process, that is, you will sort, you will grade, then you will start marketing, selling these products in the market. So 100% foreign direct investment is allowed in marketing of domestically produced goods. The expectation of government of India is that foreign companies such as Walmart, such as right, let's say Amazon, such as Alibaba, etc., they will bring lot of money in India, and in the process of marketing of these domestically produced goods, they will set up warehouses. They'll create employment opportunities. They will set up, right? They'll basically set up sorting infrastructure, grading infrastructure, etc. Now, please do let me know. Can I say using this initiative, Government of India wants to promote Swadeshi infrastructure with Videshi money? Let me know. I'll use the punchline. I'm using the punchline of the scheme, right? Can I say using this scheme or using this initiative, government will be able to develop Swadeshi infrastructure with Videshi money, with Videshi capital. That is the whole objective of this initiative of Government of India. 100% FDI in marketing of domestically produced goods, right? So this is allowed now. Okay, so argument is we will be able to develop lot of sorting, grading, packaging, right? Logistics will be promoted, warehousing will be promoted, etc. This is one more initiative. Next one, PMFME, Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises, PMFME. Now, before I go forward with the PMFME, let me give you a basic idea. I'll come back to this, slide number 48. I'll come back to this. Please have a look at it. Many of you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by MSME? Let me show to you the concept of MSME. MSME stands for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Any problem with the expansion? Micro, small and medium enterprises. Now, how do you define MSME? How do you define MSME? The MSMEs, whether these are manufacturing or service sector, irrespective. I repeat, whether these are manufacturing or services sector, irrespective, these are defined based on two parameters. This is a new definition. Please remember this. And in fact, this year prelims, the question was asked from this table only. You can check it. In this year prelim, a statement was used. Question was asked taking from this table only. Now, how do you define what is MSME? If it is a micro enterprise, if your investment is up to 1 crore rupee and your turnover means how much money you are generating by selling goods or services. So if your investment is up to 1 crore and if your turnover is up to 5 crore rupee, you will be classified as micro. Point number two, if your investment is more than 1 crore but up to 10 crore and right, your revenue is more than 5 crore but up to 50 crore, then you are classified as small. And finally, medium enterprises, if your investment is more than 10 crore up to 50 crore and your revenue is more than 50 crore but up to 250 crore rupee, then this will be called as a medium enterprises. Any difficulty in the definition? Please do let me know. This is a definition, by the way. This is how Government of India defines what is micro, what is medium, and what is a small enterprise. Now, based on this, can I say micro enterprises? Micro enterprises, it's a fact. It's a fact. I will ask a question after that. Most of the units are micro enterprises in India, but micro enterprises production is very limited, employment generation capacity is limited, competitiveness is also limited. Let me know. Look at the numbers and please do let me know after that at least. Can I say most of the enterprises are micro enterprises in India. More than 99% are micro enterprises, which means production very much limited. The employment generation capacity is also limited. Moreover, the competitiveness is very limited, very less competitive. Why? Look at the investment. With an investment of up to 1 crore rupee, do you think you'll be able to purchase latest technology? Will you be able to improve the productivity? Will you be able to improve the quality of the product? Do you become competitive with the larger companies? Answer is no. And most of them, remember the next point as well, most of them are not registered with government. Most of them are not registered with the government. Not registered with the government means these are informal in nature. These are informal. What do you mean by informal? Informal units, one, these do not come under any of the laws of Government of India. These are not covered under any of the laws. These are not registered, hence not covered under any of the laws. And right, remember this, because these are informal in nature, the number of people who are working will be very, very low, less than 10 people. Now, please tell me, would you prefer, if you're the Prime Minister, would you prefer more of the units to be informal or more of the units to be formal? Tell me now. Would you prefer more of these units to be the informal units or formal units? Don't you think shifting them from informal to formal is preferred for you? They will come under at least one of the laws of Government of India. They're registered now. You know how many units are there, right? How much is the revenue? Do they require any kind of assistance, etc., etc.? So formalization is always preferred. Formalization is always preferred. Now, please think of this question and answer to me correctly. Can I say GST has led to formalization to a certain extent? I'll repeat the statement. GST, right? Can I say has led to formalization to a certain extent? Right? Answer is yes, by the way. Even economic survey discusses this. Yes, answer is yes. Why? Many of the suppliers who were not registered earlier, now they are registered under GST. These are coming under the laws of Government of India, covered under the laws of Government of India. Formalization. That is also one of the outcomes of GST. Please remember it. Now come to the scheme here. Pradhana Mantri formalization of micro food processing enterprises. Why I have discussed MSME? Please look at the term micro here. Look at the term micro. As per Government of India's document, there are over 25 lakh processing units which are part of informal or unorganized sector. Informal or unorganized sector. And more importantly, more than 60% of these are located in rural areas and more than 80% are family based. Family based means, right, one or two people are working and both of them belong to the same family. Have you seen this? Right, one or two people are working and both of them belong to the same family. Right, they don't have so much resource to hire outside help now. Right, two people, three people, right, from the same family will be working in these micro enterprises. Right, so now what is the issue with all of this? We need to formalize them. We need to ensure they will adopt a better technology. We need to ensure, right, we will provide certain assistance to them, etc. That is exactly what is done under Pradhana Mantri formalization of micro food processing enterprises. Under this, government will be implementing the scheme from 2020 to 2025. The allocation for this scheme is 10,000 crore rupee. And we are expecting that 2 lakh micro enterprises under the scheme, 2 lakh micro enterprises will be getting the benefit. All of them will be formalized. How? What kind of benefit? Please have a look at it. Government will provide training as well as financial support for these micro enterprises. And for what purpose the training will be provided for, right? For what purpose financial support will be provided? We want these micro enterprises to adopt better technology. We want them to adopt a better capital machinery. Now please do let me know, if government will provide subsidy for purchasing of machinery. Think of this, suddenly UPSC will throw this term, most of you will get confused. If government will provide subsidy for purchasing machinery, can I call this as capital linked subsidy? I'll repeat the statement. If government will provide subsidy for you to purchase machinery, can I call this as capital linked subsidy? Right? Because UPSC might use this. UPSC might use this because machine is nothing but capital. So it is nothing but capital linked subsidies. Right, so subsidies are provided, training is provided so that they can adopt a better technology. They will have to comply and register with government. Now register with government means MSME, very easy registration process has been introduced. Right, there is a MSME Udyog portal. Within a couple of right hours itself you can get registered as a MSME. So you will be promoted to become a registered entity. Third one, government will also provide marketing support. Government will promote, government will set up websites, government will promote your products at various forums, etc., etc. So these are, right, certain important objectives of the PMFME, Pradhana Mantri Formalization of Micro Enterprises. Next one, PLI. Did we discuss PLI earlier? Let me know, because it's just a information now. Did we discuss PLI couple of days ago only? Production linked incentive. So PLI is also covering food processing industry. Government has allocated 10,900 crore rupees, 10,900 crore rupees in food processing sector, right, under PLI. 14 sectors are covered. One of them is food processing sector itself. Next one, Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, AIF. Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. Anybody has a doubt regarding whatever I've discussed so far? Please do let me know. Anybody has any kind of a doubt? Is Mudra Bank for MSME? Yes, there is an initiative called as Mudra Yojana. We'll discuss Mudra tomorrow. Is it Udyog or Udyam portal? MSME Udyam portal. MSME Udyam portal. Okay. Micro industry, explain again. Micro means those institutions or those enterprises where investment in machinery is up to 1 crore and your revenues are up to 5 crore rupees. Because your investment is limited, production will also be limited. You cannot compete with bigger companies. Adoption of technology is also very poor. That is the bigger problem regarding micro enterprises. Okay, done. Next, Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, AIF. Now, what is this Agriculture Infrastructure Fund? Government of India has created a fund where the allocation of the funds is 1 lakh crore rupee. Government has kept 1 lakh crore rupee in the fund. You can use this 1 lakh crore rupee for the promotion and development of post-harvest agriculture infrastructure. I repeat, you can use these funds for promotion. Subsidies are provided for the promotion of post-harvest agriculture infrastructure fund. What do you mean by the post-harvest? After harvesting is done, what kind of infrastructure do you need? You will require warehousing infrastructure. You will require sorting infrastructure. You will require grading infrastructure. You will require food processing infrastructure. So understand the argument here. Under Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, government is going to implement the scheme till 2032 and 2033, and 1 lakh crore rupee worth of money has been kept, which will be used for providing incentives, subsidies for promotion of these kind of projects, right? Warehousing projects, right? Food processing projects, right? Sorting, grading infrastructure projects, etc. So this is basically the idea of a agriculture infrastructure fund. Very much operational today. Lot of infrastructure projects are getting subsidies under AIF. Okay, can we go forward now? Anybody has a problem, please do let me know. So finally, what are the challenges for food processing industry? What are the problems? What are the issues in the food processing industries? Let's go one by one. Most of the demand is concentrated in urban India. I repeat, most of the demand is concentrated in urban India, right? Whereas most of the population is present in a rural India. So we need to ensure that different types of products will be generated, that is processed foods, which will have more acceptability in a rural part of India. But for having these kind of new types of processed foods, please tell me, should you have to invest in research and development? Correct? We will have to invest a lot of money in research and development. And please remember this, investment in product development, research and development is very poor in India, very low in India. Let me prove it. I'll come back to this slide. Please don't worry. Let me prove it to you. Please have a look at this picture which was there in yesterday's Business Line newspaper. This was there yesterday in Business Line newspaper. And please understand this point, right? Have a look at this. whether you talk about production linked incentive, whether you talk about startup India, make in India, food processing, under all of them, all of you will agree we will have to spend lot of money on research and development. Anybody wants to argue against it, wants to counter it, please do let me know. You talk about anything, for example defense sector, do we need to spend more money on research and development? Yes. What about healthcare sector? Do we need to spend lot of money on research and development? Yes. What about electronics, semiconductors? Do we need to spend money on research and development? What about processing? Do we need to spend money on R&D? Answer is simply yes. But what is the status of R&D? Right? What is the status of R&D in case of India? Yesterday's business line had a very nice graphical representation regarding R&D status in India. I would strongly recommend go through this. Do not by heart the graphs, but strongly recommend please go through this. Please have a look at the graphical representation here. What has happened to the expenditure in research and development as a percentage of GDP? Right? The graph says it has actually decreased in India. It has actually decreased in India. And if you compare how much of the investment do we do out of GDP, right, as a percentage of GDP, how much investment do we do in research and development? It is 0.65. 0.65. Whereas look at other countries. Please look at other countries. How much investment they are doing in research and development? Please look at other countries. It is a mind-boggling number. In many countries, they are spending hundreds of billions of dollars. In India, it is $65 billion. $65 billion. So we need to pick it up. We need to simply increase. We need to increase in research and development. Right? Please remember this. And have a look at the next graphical representation as well. Research and development, they say the amount we spent actually peaked in the year 2019. After that, thanks to pandemic and many other issues, the research and development investment has actually come down. Right? Various agencies, scientific agencies, how much expenditure is there? Do not buy hard this, waste of your time. But another point is important. We have government spending in research and development. We also have private sector spending in research and development. Most of the expenditure will come from government of India. Most of the expenditure will come from government of India. Please have a look at the data, you will understand it. A large part of it comes from government of India. But don't you think private sector expenditure on R&D should be very high? So please remember, let me know. Henceforth, whenever I say research and development expenditure is lower, we need to improve it. Will anybody ask me why? Please do let me know now. Let me know. Henceforth, let's say in the next 6 to 7 classes that we are going to have, I'll keep on saying, in most of the cases, I'll keep on saying, research and development expenditure in India is very less. We need to spend more money on R&D. Anybody is going to ask me why, sir? Anybody is going to ask me how, sir? Let me know right now. Again, I'll go back to the graph. Right? So we need to spend a lot of money in development of a product. We need to spend a lot of money in research and development. That is second problem. Third problem, large number of micro enterprises in India. Large number of micro enterprises in India, which means productivity is lesser. Production, should be increased. They cannot compete with bigger companies. What about infrastructure problems? At least now, let me know. Do we face infrastructure problems? Warehousing infrastructure, processing infrastructure, etc. Are we facing? Of course, the answer is yes. What about production? Can production become a problem for promotion of a food processing industry? For example, what if there is less rainfall? What if there is floods in India? Right? What if more and more lands are fragmented? Fragmentation. What do you mean by fragmentation? Imagine there is a person who will own 4 hectares of a land. The person who owns 4 hectares of land, Now this person, let's say, will have two children, boys or girls, doesn't matter, two children. Can I say this 4 hectare of land will become two pieces? All of you are okay with this? This 4 hectare of land, right, in one generation will become two pieces. Now, in the next generation, it might become four pieces. This is called as fragmentation. This is called as fragmentation. Large pieces of land will get broken down like this into multiple pieces. Fragmentation of the land. And tell me, do you think fragmentation of the land is good for agriculture? Think of it. Do you think fragmentation of the land is good for agriculture? Absolutely no. Absolutely no. I'll prove it. Let me take a very simple example. What if the well is present in this part of the land? Let me know now. A very simple example. What if the well is present in this quarter of the land? And you know how friendly, how cordial all these siblings will be there, right? Do you think this person, the person who owns this piece of land, will now allow other siblings to use the water from this well? No, they will never allow that. If you don't trust me, please look at left, right, your relatives, or maybe yourself. Right? Again, just a joke. Don't say, how can you accuse me of doing this? I'm not accusing anyone, but that's a reality. Right? So basically, what will happen is productivity will start suffering. Cost of production will start increasing. So fragmentation is never good. That is never good for even promotion of food processing industry. Presence of unorganized sector, lot of these units are informal in nature, right? These are some of the challenges. These are some of the challenges which is faced by food processing industry in India. Done. So these are some of the things that I wanted to discuss. Anybody has a question regarding what we have discussed, please do let me know. Otherwise, we can take up the questions and solve the questions. International trade questions are left out. Let's solve them. Agriculture questions, right? Let's solve them. One challenge in PPT, high cost of transportation. Yes, infrastructure. You can write it under infrastructure bottleneck. Right? Sir, can you repeat infrastructure bottleneck? Do we have sufficient warehousing capacity in India? Let me know. Do we have sufficient food processing capacity? Do we have sufficient cold chain infrastructure? Most of the transportation is done through road, whereas cost of transportation done through road is very, very high, etc. So I hope you understand. These are problems. These are problems. Large number of small units. Please repeat. If these are micro enterprises, this already we have discussed. If these are right, a very small micro enterprises, production will not be very high. They cannot compete with bigger companies. We need to ensure they become sustainable. Okay, done. So yesterday we were discussing questions on international trade. Let's finish off international trade, then we can go to agriculture sector. I believe this was the question. We are supposed to start from here. Start. Okay, 50% have answered correctly. Why? What is the problem? Consider the following statements. The effect of devaluation of a currency is that it necessarily improves the competitiveness of domestic exports in the foreign market. All of you okay with point number one? Anybody has a problem with point number one? Please do let me know. Improves the competitiveness of domestic exports in the foreign market. We have discussed all of it. Yes. Increases the foreign value of domestic currency. That is, compared to dollar, rupee will become stronger. Is it correct? Compared to dollar, foreign value of domestic currency means what? Compared to dollar, rupee will become stronger when you devalue the domestic currency. No, rupee will become weaker. Second one is wrong. Third one, many of you are saying, sir, why not third one? Third one should also be correct. Not necessarily. Underline the term necessarily. Please tell me, take an example, India. Take an example, India. If government of India will devalue the currency of India, do you think trade balance of India will improve? Think of it. Please take the example of India because India is a net importer. Think of it. India is a net importer. If government of India will devalue the domestic currency, do you think it necessarily will improve the trade balance? No, it will not necessarily improve the trade balance. On the other side, take example of China. Take example of China. Don't you think for them devaluation will work out in favor of them? Correct. In fact, we have discussed all of this. Why China is accused of right going for devaluation because they are net exporter. So if they go for devaluation or because of market forces depreciation happens, automatically they'll get the benefit. Right. So third one not necessarily. First one is correct. Right option is option A. Right option is option A. Only one is correct. Now, can we use the new model also? New model of options. That is, only one statement is correct. Two statements are correct. Three statements are correct. None of them are correct. So, same question. If they want to increase the difficulty, they can use the new model of options. Right? Do not be confused. Keep your concepts clear. Right? We have discussed this. I'm telling you this multiple times. Be very clear with your concepts. Fundamentals, keep it strong. And that is the reason you will be able to solve these questions. Okay. Sir, but by devaluing currency, imports will become costly and exports will become competitive. So it will improve trade balance. Not necessarily, my dear. Underline the term necessarily. Necessarily means yes, this is going to happen. Guarantee. Is it guaranteed for India? Let me know, is it guaranteed for India? We do not have LED. I'm sorry, we do not have lithium reserves in India. So we'll import lithium ion batteries. Whether the devaluation is done, whether depreciation is done, we do not have sufficient solar manufacturing capacity. That is solar modules. Will import solar modules or not? So that is the reason. I hope you understand. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Okay. Next one. Okay. Whether I have given the option correct or you people are doing it wrong. Let's start. With an increase in the nominal effective exchange rate, it indicates appreciation of rupee. Correct or wrong? It's correct. Do you remember? I did a big circus in front of you. I took rupee versus a dollar, rupee versus basket of currencies. Then we connected to 100, right? Then the index number will increase. We had discussed all of it. If you don't trust me, look at annotations, you'll understand it. Right? So nominal effective exchange rate, if the index number increases, it is indicating there's appreciation of rupee. Statement 1 is correct. An increase in real effective exchange rate indicates improvement in trade competitiveness. No, exactly opposite. Exactly opposite. It will come down. Trade competitiveness will come down with a rise in real number. An increase in the trend in domestic inflation relative to inflation in other countries is likely to cause an increase in divergence between near and rear. If you remember the formula, please tell me now. If you remember the formula, again, formula is not needed. But what is the difference between near and rear? What is basically the difference? In near, we will account for inflation. We will account for inflation, adjust with inflation. In near, no accounting for inflation. So if inflation rate will change, don't you think the divergence means a difference. The difference between near and rear will also keep on changing? Of course, yes. That is the statement number 3. That is statement number 3. So 1 and 3 are correct. Right option will be option C here. Okay. Next, a descriptive question. How would the recent phenomena of protectionism and currency manipulations in the world trade affect macroeconomic stability of India? And very tricky question, very tricky in the sense if you have read current affairs, only then you will be able to answer these kind of questions. If you believe that everything will come from a textbook, if you keep on reading only textbook, trust me, you will not get the answer to this. Why? Right? Argument is in recent times, many countries have manipulated their currency. For example, China allegation of devaluation. And think of this. Can I also say Fed tapering? Fed tapering is also going to lead to manipulation of their currency. Please think of it. Fed tapering, will it also lead to currency manipulation? Of course, yes. Although it is not illegal, it is allowed. Right? By Fed tapering, are they not appreciating dollar and depreciating rupee? Of course, yes, that is also currency manipulation. So there are a lot of right reforms, measures which have been implemented by the trading partners, which can be considered to be barriers for the trade, and currency manipulations are being done. As a result of all of this, what is the impact on India? That is a question. Right? Start with an introduction. You can simply say post the 2020, that is with the onset of the pandemic, there has been a rising trend by many member countries of WTO for implementing protectionist measures. Now come to the focus area. If the governments such as USA, UK, right, or let's say Germany, China, right, or any other country will impose a protectionist measure. In fact, trust me when I say this, tomorrow I'll give you an article, you read that article. You will realize what I'm saying now. Most of the exports that will go from India are facing trade barriers, that is tariff barrier as well as non-tariff barriers, especially in the last 2 to 3 years, thanks to pandemic. Right, in the last 2 to 3 years, the trade barriers have increased. More than 80% of the exports that we do are facing trade barriers now. So there is a impact on it. If I'm not able to export, my export value will go down, the earnings of foreign exchanges will go down. If I'm unable to export, can I also say production in India will be affected? That will have an impact on employment as well. I hope you understand this. All of these are important. All of these are the effect on India. And whenever there's a currency manipulation, let's say China will devalue their currency, or through Fed tapering, Indian rupee will depreciate. Will it have an impact on imports from India? Sorry, imports into India? Think of it. Will it make crude oil much more costlier? Will it make, right, let's say solar panels much more costlier? On one side, our exports are getting affected. On the other side, imports are becoming cheaper, which means domestic manufacturing is affected. Imports will keep on flowing into India. Is it not going to create a problem for Indian economy? Answer is simply yes. Simply yes. It is going to create a huge impact on Indian economy. Okay. Now, right, what are the other points? Right, examples in recent times, USA has been imposing more and more tariffs. China has been retaliating. China is accused, alleged to be doing devaluation, right? And on the other side, you can also say that India is also imposing lot of tariffs. Quantitative easing as well as a federal tapering have been having a lot of impact on Indian economy. For example, I don't know whether I've given this article to you or not. Please do let me know. Last week, in the last 1 month, because of Fed tapering, because of rising interest rates in USA, as well as increased interest rate by European Central Bank, lot of money, lot of dollars has flown out of India. Lot of dollars has actually flown out of India. FPIs have withdrawn huge amount of dollars from India. right? So what is the way forward for you? What is the way forward, right? We will have to emphasize on the role of WTO, right? Why? If you're talking about protectionism, WTO has to come into picture. WTO has to come to picture. So WTO, role of WTO has to be given here, right? That is, you'll have to say WTO has to become more prominent in resolving these kind of trade disputes, and request the member countries not to implement these kind of prohibitive measures, right? So that the international trade between India and rest of the world will be improved. That will benefit not only Indian economy but also the global market as well, right? So these are some of the important points. Now, this was asked this year. This question was asked this year. Solve it. I'll not start polling. Directly solve it. Which one of the following activities of Reserve Bank of India is considered to be part of sterilization? This was asked in this year prelims. Trust me, it was asked in this year prelims. Which one of the following activities of RBI is considered to be part of sterilization? Right? Oversight of settlement and payment system? No. Debt and cash management of the central government? No. Right? Many of you are saying, see, how? I don't know. I absolutely have no idea. Debt and cash management of the central and state governments. That is sterilization for you. Right? Regulating the functions of non-banking financial institutions? No. Answer is A. My dear, please revise. Some of you are not revising. Some of you are saying C. How? Public debt will be managed by RBI. How it is? How it is the sterilization? How is it sterilization? But don't you think sterilization we have discussed in the context of continuous appreciation, continuous depreciation, where RBI, whenever they will sell rupees, because there's a continuous appreciation of rupee, they will sell rupees in order to reduce the inflationary impact of increased supply of rupees. They will conduct open market operations. That is option A. Option A, my dear, option A. Right option is option A. We have discussed all of this. And there is a wonderful question. Sir, what is sterilization? Great. Please revise. Right? Please revise. It shows that you people are not revising. Right? We have discussed sterilization. Please open your PPT. Right? International trade PPT. There is a table. What does RBI do? How does RBI stabilize rupee? There I've discussed the idea of sterilization. Please open that, revise it. Now start solving questions. Please start solving questions. MCQs on agriculture sector. Sir, where are questions on subsidy? My dear FRP, can I say it is a subsidy? In fact, people don't listen to me whenever I talk something. Sometimes you give me an impression that whatever I speak, it is not even entering right your heads. Right? You are least bothered about what I'm talking about. When I discuss subsidy, at the end of subsidy, did I say separately there are no questions on subsidy because agriculture and subsidy it is overlapping? Yes or no? If you don't trust me, the recordings are available to you. Please look at the recordings. I said separately there is no question on subsidy because there is overlap, so we'll discuss it under agriculture. So FRP, can I call it as a subsidy only? But anyways, fair and remunerative prices of sugarcane is approved by whom? Approved. That's very important. Many of you have made a mistake. Lot of you have chosen second one. Please tell me, is the CACP approving authority for FRP? Did I say that? Right? I said FRP or MSP for that matter. It is recommended. Right? They don't approve. Approve means deciding authority. They don't decide it. They recommend it to Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. And it is the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs which will approve the subsidies. Remember this. Next one. Okay, 60% have answered correctly. Economic cost of food grains to the Food Corporation of India is minimum support price and bonus, if any, paid to the farmers plus transportation cost only. Underline the term only. Many of you will say, why not A? Because the term only is there. No. Interest cost only? No. Procurement incidentals and distribution cost? Yes. Procurement incidentals and charges for godowns. My dear, charges for godowns is a warehousing cost. What about transportation cost? What about transportation cost? All of this will come under the distribution cost. What about warehousing cost? It will be part of distribution cost. Right? So D is wrong, C is correct. Right option for the question is C. Okay. What is the issue? Why people are making mistake in this kind of a question? The government of India started announcing minimum support price in 66, 67 for wheat, which was expanded to cover many more crops in the coming years in the wake of green revolution. Is it not correct? How can students say, sir, this is wrong? Many of you have done it. Many of you. What is the problem in this? Is it difficult? Did I not say this? Have you not read it in a book also? Right? So first one is correct. Second, it is the price at which government will purchase farmers' crop irrespective of the market price for the crop. Yes, yes, right. It is the price at which government will purchase from the farmers irrespective of whatever the market price is. Market price could be greater, market price could be lesser. So second one is correct. So first and two are correct. The right option is option C. Right option is option C. Next one. Right, last question. After this, we'll stop the discussion. Okay, that means questions are there. We can take it up tomorrow. Okay, 56% have answered correctly. Consider following statements. In the case of all cereals, pulses, and oilseeds, the procurement at minimum support price is unlimited in any state or UT of India. Do you think it is appropriate? Procurement is unlimited. And oilseeds, all cereals. No, no. In the case of cereals and pulses, the MSP is fixed in any state or UT at a level to which the market price will never rise. Absolutely no. Market price can go beyond MSP, that is above MSP as well as below MSP. There is no guarantee. There is no guarantee because the market works on supply and demand. Market works on supply and demand. Whenever supply and demand changes, market prices will keep on changing. Right? So first and second both are wrong. Right option will be neither one nor two. Done. So next is descriptive questions. We'll take up the descriptive questions at tomorrow. If you have any kind of doubts, please do let me know right now. Otherwise, we can stop the discussion. Sir, being directly associated with drone making people, my observation goes As it is costlier to make and use a drone than using human labor, how does operational cost reduce while using sophisticated machinery and tech? My dear, in case of drones, again I'll repeat it. Yes, right? Drones are costly, but we do not want the farmer to purchase the drone. I want many institutions, FPOs, right, custom hiring centers, etc., to purchase the drone and give it on lease. Give it on lease. For example, let me give a very simple example. All of us know that purchasing a luxury car is very costly, and all of us cannot afford it. But please tell me, can you afford if it is given on lease basis, on rental basis to you? Same idea, right? Purchasing a costly car is, we all of us cannot afford it, but can we hire a car? Can we take it on rental basis? Apply the same logic to, right, drones. Sir, can we say warehouses provide a huge employment to the disguised unemployment labor, but silos will cause unemployment? Please again understand this. Usage of technology in agriculture is not to create unemployment. There is a lot of disguised unemployment in India. We want that to be removed. We want that to be pushed into manufacturing. How we stored in rice or wheat in warehouses and how we protect again. How do we store? How many rats are there? Whether the rat will come from this side or that side? Why? Okay. Sir, when liquid urea export increases, import decreases, then what will be the impact on forex reserve? We will earn more dollars. Rather than spending dollars, we will reduce, right? We will reduce the outflow of dollars. We will earn more dollars. Okay. Jai Shri, please send a mail to me. Okay, done. So let me stop the discussion. Let me stop the discussion here. Tomorrow we will we will start from industries, and we will take up the descriptive questions. We'll take up the descriptive questions later. Okay, done then. So that's it for today. We'll meet again tomorrow sharp at 6 a.m. Take care. Have a great day.